Speaking of being back, we're back on air in terms of being live.
Yeah, you could have done that so much better. You could have just said, "We're back to being live," is what I thought
Well,
you were gonna say, but you didn't
I
repeat it.
felt like doing the on air one this time because I felt like it was just fitting. I mean,
Well, whatever works.
if you wanted to be an airhead about it, then I guess that makes sense.
You can, you know what, I'll let you have your cake, but you can't eat it too.
Okay, I'll take it. Well, speaking of having things, Kamui, man, I'm really loving that whole speaking thing that I say. But speaking of having things, we have a lot of comments to address today. Was that one pretty good? You like that one?
I'll give it to you.
Okay. So we reacted to Do Blue Vortex Chapter 25.
Well,
And
actually,
yeah,
we reacted to two blue Vortex.
we did, yeah. And a lot of people had something to say about that. A lot of negative connotation things.
And I'm not. Oh, by the way, did you read the Viz version?
I did, yeah.
Okay. Before we even address those comments, in your opinion, did you get the exact 100% same feeling? Or I don't care if it's only like a 1% difference. Did you get any different feeling whatsoever?
Well, I read
Ignoring
it.
whether you think the translations are accurate, just
Oh yeah, I
take
didn't do
everything.
translation things, but that's okay. I didn't consider everything we talked about probably, but for the most part, all my big problems are still like there. Like
I had to double
I was
check it.
more
I
so
know
curious about what you think was more or less
the
done
problem is I
better.
don't remember, other than
Okay.
the Boruto Momoshiki part at the end, which I know was a straight up different pronoun usage.
Well,
Um,
I do know. Well,
Other than
actually,
that one, I
there's no
don't
pronoun in the
remember.
first place. So I don't care if Viz changes that or not. But it's for the Sarada stuff, which I think was the important part there for what we had
I
to
don't
discuss.
remember. I'd have to relook, to be honest.
So I could tell what was changed, but I forgot what it was changed from. So for like an example,
Same.
yeah, exactly. Like some stuff was like standing out as like obviously that wasn't there the first time, but I just don't remember what was there the first time. For example, Sarada said that like her feelings or whatever, she felt like she was a loser because of it, and that's why she didn't want to be Hokage or whatever.
Yeah, that's some things like I was a coward hiding from your feelings and my own lack of power. Like that just was said in a
Yeah,
more Englishy way. Um,
yeah, that's fine.
I definitely still have big questions about the "I wasn't lying, not back then" part. But
Yeah, no, that's
we'll
just
get
a
to that
blatant
after.
retcon. In fact, to me, it was even more apparent this time. I don't know if it was the subtle nuances of
I
whatever was
agree. Yeah,
changed.
that one was one. Well, it's especially, but we'll get to it in a minute.
Okay.
I'm just looking at some of the things. This, yeah, the I think my problems are the same
Yeah.
fundamentally. It just was said in a more acceptable way, if I could put it that way.
Well, to be fair, I'm not gonna like. If anything, like we both already agree, we just trust the fan translations more than Viz, anyways.
Yeah,
I think
manga
that they're
agrees.
doing, even though it's broken English, they're doing a more direct one-to-one translation of the chapter than Viz, who localizes it anyways, is my just default assumption going into it.
Yeah,
So I just like hand wave the broken English as the obviousness of it being that. So,
yeah. Now re-looking at it, I think I was just I felt like it was better, and now I'm looking at it and it's not better. So I guess we can just ignore that
okay,
part.
well there you go, exactly. I mean, okay. The one thing I'll say that I think might have been better is I forgot the original thing that Sarada said, but I did like the line of her calling herself a loser, and that's why she doesn't feel like she can be Hokage.
No, I do like that one better. That's like the
Yeah,
main one, but it's still fundamentally the exact same thing. It's just the way it's written was a lot more tolerable, but it's the same
exactly.
issue.
Yeah, because before it was more like, because of my feelings for Boruto, I can't be Hokage, and now it's more like,
Yeah.
I feel so bad that I don't even think I can become Hokage. It's like way
It
different.
yeah. Yeah. It was more about the fact that I was spending time again, like visiting playing Echo. She's basically saying that like, the fact that I was spending so much time obsessing over this thing.
Yeah.
If that's how I am, should I even be trying to become Hokage? Like it was more tolerable.
I mean, but
Fundamentally,
there's still
same issue.
problems with that.
But
Like it's different, but
yeah,
it's changed. If anything,
yeah.
it's worse that way because Sarada was not obsessing over anything in regards to any of that. At least not
I
on
mean, that's just
screen.
that's a separate point. Should we just get into these things right now before it
Oh
ends?
my god. Okay.
Because this, yeah, let's just start with the two blatant retcons. So the first one isn't just the original scene when Sumire said she likes Boruto, ignoring the fact that Sarada was clearly hot and bothered by that. In the same chapter, chapter 25, Sumire says, I already knew long ago how you felt, Sarada. It was totally obvious. I have a podcast topic somewhere for this.
Yeah.
And Sarada's response isn't, no, that's not true. It was recent or whatever. It's back at you, Sumire. She's just agreeing. And when would Sumire have noticed? She wasn't around Sarada and Boruto together literally at all, aside from that hour. They're never even in the same room.
Well,
Okay, they're not
that's
talking.
the funny thing.
So it could
It
only be
gets
the hour.
worse.
And
Kamui, I
previously,
hadn't
she
even
knew.
considered that. But think about what Sumire is saying this chapter along with Sarada. Sarada says in the Viz, not the original that we read the fan translation, but specifically the Viz, she says, at least unless I'm forgetting the fan translation, but she says in the Viz for sure that she honestly, truthfully didn't have feelings for Boruto back then, but she does now.
Yeah, but then what is Sumire saying?
I
It was
knew.
obvious back.
Yeah, then
Exactly.
why did she ask? Regardless of Sarada's blatant retcon reaction, Sumire just trolled Sarada by asking her if she likes someone that Sumire knows she didn't like. Am I misinterpreting something here? I feel like I have
No,
to
no, no.
be.
No, 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 no. Okay. Oh my god.
Please,
Um,
please.
I
Someone
see what you're
correct me.
trying. Okay,
I can't be
I
reading
see
this
what you're.
right.
Well, so I was originally gonna say you were reading it wrong, but now you've got me second guessing myself. The way I read it was Sumire was saying, Sarada, I've always known that you liked Boruto. It was obvious that you liked him, even back then. But now you're making me think, is she saying, Sarada, I knew you never liked him back then. It was obvious. I don't think that's what she's saying, though.
but
But that would be the more consistent
but
one.
but she's saying that right after Sarada says she honestly, truthfully, genuinely didn't like Boruto back then.
That's the thing, though. That's why I think in this, I think it's just retcon mid chapter because Sumire is like Sarah's like, but I'm not gonna run away. I do like him. Like Celeste, she says, I like him, and then Sumire is saying, like, I already knew long ago how you felt, Sarada. It was totally obvious. And she says, back at you, Sumire. But thank you for telling me directly. And that's the point. She's saying, I always knew, but thank you for telling me directly.
Yeah.
What's that in reference to? That she likes Vortex. So I think that, and obviously, you go back to chapter 17 or 18, whatever chapter it is, it's obvious what they were going for. Sumire was trying to probe. She thinks she likes Sarada, and she's like trying to get it out of her to see. She wants confirmation, basically. It's she wouldn't say what she said otherwise. It's so obvious. Like, and then
I mean,
Sarada's reaction as well.
I
It
mean,
seems like three of the four pieces of evidence say she always liked Boruto, there's just that one line of Sarada saying she did it, which is just inconsistent.
Well, but it follows it up though. Sarada says how she feels now. My wanting to help him will only make me stronger. It makes me think like I can become Hokage. Those are my new feelings. I checked to make sure I'm not crazy. When she uses the word thinks about Boruto, or like emotions or feelings about Boruto, or obsession over Boruto, just to make sure that I was consistent with this, Sumire follows up Sarada saying, those are my new feelings, by saying, I already knew long ago how you felt. Talking about Sarada's feelings.
Yeah, so
Her
that's what I'm
old
saying,
feelings that she said she doesn't like Boruto.
So that's the problem, though, is I think what Sarada's saying the new feelings aren't that she likes Boruto. She's saying that liking Boruto is form of strength as opposed to a form of weakness. Those are the new feelings she's referring to. So Sumire, I
Okay.
think, is just saying, I always knew you liked him. Thank you for telling me right now. That makes the most sense to me, at least. I'm curious what all her haters think for that part. Because either way, no matter what, it would be weird. Like, there's no getting around it. It's either
Yeah. I mean,
Sarah's
I
just
don't
retconning
understand.
her feelings mid-chapter, or Sumire makes no sense. It's one or
Maybe
the
I'd have to
other.
go back to Yodo's dialogue. I don't understand at
No, I have a problem
what
with that. We're
point
gonna go
or
back to that.
why Sarada thinks liking Boruto is at all in any way a bad thing or making her weaker or whatever. I get that it's making her confused. That's fine. How does it go beyond that? And also, I don't like the way that it's being framed here, as if she's no longer running. She was directly confronting her own feelings, which is why she was confused in the first place, because she was trying to figure out how she felt about Boruto.
So, real quick, because I wrote this because I was gonna do this for Mello. I'm gonna say one quote unquote good thing about this, and
Okay.
then we'll get into why it doesn't work. So I wrote bullet points for Sarada being good. Add anything you can think of. I only thought of one, and I
I
never
did
thought
add
of it.
one. It's not in
Okay.
order, but yeah.
So I said, if Sarada is because remember the whole Yodo thing. If Sarada is only willing to use her full power to protect Boruto and no one else, I agree. She isn't worthy of becoming Hokage because she's got to use her full power on everyone.
Yeah.
Can't just pick and choose. Now that she's willing to go all in other situations, that's a step in the right direction. However, there are problems with that analysis when you break down what Yoda and Sarada actually say. So let's go back to that.
Exactly.
So, and the problem is the Yodo's dialogue just doesn't make sense. That's the issue. It just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
It's bad. She's saying two conflicting things. So let's go find it again. Okay.
I'm trying to give it the
You're
benefit of
hiding
the
things.
doubt.
So yeah, you're deluding yourself. Blah blah. The power. Okay, that's stuff we want. I don't know why or what you're holding back for, but it's okay to use it for things other than the greater good. You're allowed to use it for, and only for, that special person in your life to protect them. And then Sarada. So like,
So
is Sarada listening to Yodo and doing the opposite of what she's saying,
okay.
or is she doing
Here's
what
my
she's saying?
one
Because
caveat. As you know, Viz is bad at translating. To be
But
fair,
didn't no, we had no, even in the other translation we were like complaining about it. So I
well,
think it was
but
bad
we
no
have
matter
we
what.
looked at the raws on this, because Japanese to English is the hardest language to translate of all languages of all time. So
If you give me a couple minutes, I will go see
sure.
if I can find the raws for that.
Part
I
of the
can't remember if we
reason
looked
it's
at them.
difficult is because Japanese sentence structure is just ordered the exact opposite of English. It's topic, time, place, object, verb instead of the opposite of that or whatever. You sound like you're talking like Baby Yoda or whatever from
But
Star
that's the
Wars.
problem. Well, just regular Yoda. But
Yeah, you get it.
but that's the problem though, in my opinion. Whereas I can understand how that makes things tricky. We can all do the Yoda speech. We know how to do it. At the end of the day, like in Spanish, I understand this isn't as complex, but you know, you put an adjective in front of a verb or a noun, so like the red car. You know how they do in Spanish? It's the car red. At the end of the day, it's weird at first. You figure it out within like 2 weeks of Spanish. You got it down. And I know the Japanese one's gonna be more complicated than that, but it's like these are people hired for the job. They're certified, probably more certified than you, even if they're worse at it.
Yeah.
That's how they get these positions. How do you? It's like Did you know how to do the language?
I
Like,
mean,
just
maybe,
like I
I mean,
understand something's being hard, but at the same time, I'm like,
I don't know if they don't
I feel like
double
that's
check their
not
work. They're only human. Maybe they only go through it once, in which case it would
but they
be
do double-check
understandable
their
for
work,
the
and we know
occasional
this
mistake.
because he knew Shigacho, Shinjitsu, I Love Kawaki, and so on. We know they're not checking their work.
Maybe it's dyslexia, or
But it's like, but is everyone on the team dyslexic? Like, they don't have a single non-dyslexic person to double check the work.
I mean, Kamui, it's possible.
But then, like, why wouldn't they just hire one that not, like, just go out of their way? Be like, hey, can you just make sure that they didn't mix up their letters? Just you don't even need like a translator or anyone starting out. You just need some random bozo. You give them $3 an hour to do the job. Just like, can you just read the chapter, make sure there's no spike? All you need.
Yeah, just make
no
sure the words sound like they're in the right order, please. Does this make sense to you? This grammar?
Yeah, it's just like, yeah, like, is this English?
Oh
okay, let me see if I can find the raws for this. I think they were on that website.
I mean, that's the closest to a benefit of the doubt I can give it, assuming it's true, which I'm putting at like a 20% chance that it's true.
I'll also see if I can re-find, like, if Salads and Bolts had the translation for this chapter. I gotta go back and forth between the English to see if I have the right panels. This will take me about a minute. But okay. Actually, I can just do a whole page. That'd be the easiest way to do it. It's the one that has Boruto on it.
Man, it's so unfortunate that the Sarada love stuff makes no sense, because I was so looking forward to Boruto covering the love theme good.
I mean, there is still Ada, but then you have to question: is that just going to go downhill?
What are they going to do?
But then again, I mean, Matsuri and Konohamaru was good for the 3 seconds it lasted.
Yeah.
The problem is, how much more are they gonna do? They have Moegi. I posted the page in chat, by the way. They have Konohamaru and Moegi. She's back, so they can still pursue stuff, but it's not gonna be in this exactly the same as what they were doing with Matsuri. So it just depends on how they want to combine those two. Because I'm not gonna say there's no potential there. Obviously, Ada has her potential. Hectically starting Boruto. I'm not the biggest fan of some of the things that they've done, but in any case, I'll tell you what it says in English in order of the actual reading of the panels. I don't know why or what you're holding back for, but it's okay to use it for things other than just the greater good. You're allowed to use it for, and only for, that special person in your life, to protect them. So, you tell me what that says, and I'm going to see if I can find the other translation.
You know what? Let's just do it like this. Let's just get the full thing. Just like this. Is that actually gonna work? That's crazy though. Okay. And I think this is in order. Yeah, it looks like it. That power.
The only thing I'm gonna be able to do is just look through our what's this language analysis thing?
Someone special. That's fine. So Google Translate is saying it is in this weird backwards order. That's bad. But I just want to confirm.
Oh, how about this? Gotta be written by Salads and Bolts because of all the detail for chapter 20. It's like a big post on stuff. So, okay, let me see what she says. I don't know what you're holding back. It's fine. Okay, this is what he has. I don't know what you're holding back for, but that power, it's fine if you don't want to use it for the sake of everyone, to protect that person who's special to you. and he has a thing beside it. Just for that purpose, you used it, and that's fine. Okay, let me read this full. Okay. So I think the officials might have got this wrong or been confused about the grammar. Yeah, it says blah blah blah. Speech bubble limitation or a problem, but it clearly says for the sake of everyone. So I said it's all right if you don't want to use it for the sake of everyone, which is links to the using it just for that special someone. Not a bit better. It's interesting. It's a bit more, but it focuses on the what instead of the why. Sarada's holding back, which is important because this again implies there's something or someone that's subconsciously making Sarada hold back, and she isn't really aware of it herself. To what would do? We're a specialty. So I mean, it's still weird. It sounds like what their translation is that it's fine if you don't want to use that power for the sake of everyone or the greater good. To protect that person who's special to you, it's just for that purpose you used it, and that's fine. Okay, that's the full line, yeah. To protect that person who's special to you, just for that purpose you used it, and that's fine. So she's saying, Sarada, it's okay that you do that. So is Sarada just ignoring Yodo and doing the opposite of what he says? All right, let's get your translation.
Yeah, I think it is just saying the same thing.
Yeah, that power doesn't necessarily have to be for everyone.
Yeah, it is, like, here is just basically right where it says it. So it's like, for everyone's sake, it doesn't have to be done. It's okay.
Yeah, that's like, but that's weird. Because isn't she trying to get her to use it? Not tell her to keep doing what she's doing? Is Yodo trying to be like doing reverse psychology on her?
I mean, to be fair, Kamui, there's one thing Yodo said that is absolutely true. Going back to this, you misunderstand.
I agree with her there.
There's no doubt there.
I'm starting to think that Sarada just misunderstood what Yodo was saying and did the opposite. This doesn't make this doesn't make sense. Like, unless there's just some reverse psychology way of explaining this that I'm just not aware of, she's telling her, sorry, it's fine. Keep doing what you're doing. Just use it for only Boruto. Proceeds to use it for everyone else there that isn't Boruto because he's not there and Sarada doesn't know he's showing up. She didn't even know that he did show up. And then she's like, yeah, all thanks to this mission, I've decided that I love Boruto. And then you also have her Yodo conversation. Not Yodo, a Samurai conversation, which is basically like, yeah, that desire to protect Boruto is making me stronger. But she didn't. Did she do that for Boruto? Because if so, I don't understand. When does Boruto ever talk about Yodo?
So, okay, to be fair and real, I don't think Yodo is saying to literally use the power for other people. She's saying you don't have to use it for our sake, and you can use it for Boruto's sake because you desire or wish to help Boruto. And
but it wasn't for Boruto's sake that she used it.
Combating the Shinju, I don't know. I'm just trying.
That's not for Boruto specific. That's for everyone.
Boruto
it's for Yodo too. It's like that's not specific to Boruto. That's so stupid. If so, it's not. It's literally it's a freaking matters more to Koji than anyone else.
I mean, Whereas you're not wrong.
Like, if you're gonna do that plot point, it should be something, I don't know, like, at least make it Hidari that she's fighting against, so at least it's personal to her and Boruto, and not Yodo.
So, oh my god. So I think whereas it affects everyone, she's not doing it for everyone. She's doing it for Boruto.
I don't like that.
Like, almost selfishly
I'm fine
so.
with that analysis, and you can say it's objectively not bad, it's just subjective, and I'm fine with you making that argument, but I don't like that.
Well, no, I mean, I don't like it either, because, again, that's not what the Hokage should do, but...
That too. That's a good point, actually. That's objectively bad. Yeah, it's the yeah, oh yeah, she's fit to become Hokage now that she's just only doing things for Boruto. God forbid. Oh, sorry, Yodo. I know you're allies with our village. Way. I'm not doing it for you, girl. No. Mitsuki, my teammate on Team 7 that I grew up with as long as Boruto. Sorry, buddy. I'm not doing this to help you. It's not for you. This is literally just for Boruto, bro. I'm fit to become Hokage now. Your whole village, my family. I just only pay attention to one of the family members.
Oh,
that's me, Sarada Uchiha.
Okay. To be fair, I do think that's a mean way of framing it. I do think.
Oh, absolutely, and I fully admit that. That was as mean as possible.
So, okay, yes. That yes, because what you said is technically an interpretation. Because what you're saying, as opposed to how I would say it more realistically, would be what you're saying is Sarada only cares about Boruto and doesn't care about anyone else. I would say Sarada cares about everyone, and Yodo's telling her to care about Boruto above all those other people. Like he's a shining light, a pedestal, armor, whatever you want to say.
But again, like you can. Well, first of all, that still goes against the whole Hokage. Everyone, like, what Naruto instilled. What did Naruto instill to Sarada? Everyone is equally part of the Hokage's family. Let's just ignore that, I guess. You know, her idol that she aspires to be like, let's just ignore that. Ignoring that, again. I don't, like, you can say the analysis that she's doing this for Boruto above all else. It doesn't feel like anything for Boruto because Boruto hasn't even talked to Shinki in the manga. You know, it's just like, of all, again, I know he wants the Shinju's taken care of, but it doesn't feel like, again, yes, he wants the Shinju gone, but if you're gonna do that, at least make it something personal to Boruto. Like, she was doing it to get his sword back, if Ryu hypothetically stole it. Or something, to get just something personal to Boruto, because it's fucking Ryu.
Well,
hasn't even met him. Hasn't even talked to Shinki in the manga. It's fucking Yodo. You know, it's just like, it's as removed from Boruto as it can get, and that's the thing they're doing. I don't, but Kamui, especially the most important part. I guess we're just throwing out the whole Hokage ideology out the window.
Yeah, but it gets worse because remember, at this point, we're so many chapters removed from that Yodo conversation going forwards, as we are going backwards, when we originally got that chapter, looking at what came before it leading into this, Sarada wasn't using it to help Boruto to fight Hidari, who Boruto told Sarada about. That would have been the time to do this.
Like, not even just from a writing standpoint, but from Sarada's feelings. That's what she was saving him for. Boruto, who needed help?
After 3 years.
Oh, and she's more. Look, I know Yodo probably maybe died. I'm gonna confirm it. And, you know, the fact that Kokoro Shikamaru didn't disgusting talking. Oh yeah, Shiki and Gar. But so how's Yodo? We have to assume she's dead because they never mentioned her. I don't know. Otherwise, they would have said she's fine. I don't know.
I do think she is dead. I think it was soft confirmed this chapter through that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's how I'm thinking, but it's still weird. But anyway, it doesn't matter. again, I know Yodo died, but it's Yodo. I feel like she just should be more emotional when her dad's a tree and fighting her to the death alongside Vortex.
Oh my god.
I should have brought out those Mangekyo emotions. Yodo.
Freaking Yodo.
Talk to her for 3 minutes. Didn't even talk. Yodo was just like, you into it, guy? That's the end of it.
So, okay.
And then she blew the mission. Well, you should probably piss at her.
Like, I think the only comparison I could make to what they're trying to do here would be the absolutely most disingenuous version of Obito we could possibly come up with. So what I'm thinking in my head is, remember how Kakashi is fighting Obito in the Kamui dimension, and towards the end he's like, I'm doing this for Naruto's sake. You can already draw the comparisons that I'm trying to make here as he's killing Obito for Naruto's sake. Oh, but actually it's for the war, but he's doing it for Naruto, but Naruto is gonna talk no jutsu him, so he doesn't even want Obito to die.
What Kakashi said. That's the problem. That's not what Kakashi said, and you've twisted it in a way that you've already started a faulty premise. Because again, he's saying he has this whole built-up dialogue, and it ends with the like, in order to protect the past Obito and the current Naruto, he's gonna kill the current Obito. Like, it's the whole like thing. It's not even, first of all, it's not even just Naruto. It's in the sentence. It's also for Obito. You know, it's just...
Listen, it was a concoction. It was a toxic concoction. I put the laxatives in the punch bowl at the prom or whatever for this concoction. It's like, whatever terribleness you want to think of this.
I don't know. It get like, I already know we're gonna get the hate comments on this, but I mean, you already know I've never liked this Yodo bullshit, but I the problem is the Hokage mindset. Sarada's aware of that, like, because again, it's not just like Sarada. She's not just forgetting it. She explained it to Kawaki. You know what? We're gonna pull it up right now, Oodie. I'll tell you that chapter 39. Unlike you, Mamba, I know when things happen in this story.
And you know chapter what 39. Happens.
The chapter title, you know what it's called, Bunga? Proof. Yeah, I know the story. I know what pose they're sitting in. They're sitting down in Naruto's porch or whatever, it's outside staircase thing, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, we don't know the story, huh? You couldn't even figure out, you didn't even know that Boruto told Konohamaru about the shit, you Mamba. And then you could get the chapter right.
Oh my god. Kamui, you should already know I'm not going to be able to pull this up on my end because I'm bad at this.
Just let me share my screen.
Okay. Hello, says Axel. Hello to you. Okay. There it is.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if we don't only hate Ikimoto here, I've always liked this cover. The end of the Ikimoto phrase.
Pretty cool.
Okay, why is he been so kind to me? Why is he willing to do all of this?
Bro, okay, since you listened to that stream, by the way, I thought it was hilarious how I was dogging on Ikimoto's story, and then Mello's like, well, no, that's not fair. Okay, but to give Ikimoto his flowers, his art, though. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty funny. Like, and then when you were like, the you hated the chapter thing. Yeah.
Bro, everyone else was like an 8 out of 10, a 7 out of 10. I'm like, worst chapter of the franchise.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And then when he was so excited, the things I was texting you was Ishiki was fly.
I like know.
That. You know, didn't have to do with Sarada. But anyway, yeah, as if you're actual family, right? Oh, we could just stop right there. She gets it. There have been times I wonder for real how much better my life would be if Lord Seventh were my. I was so jealous of Boruto and annoyed at his constant griping. His ignorance speaks of less. But you see, to Lord Seventh, Oodie, would you like to say the muddy part here?
Everyone in the village is family!
That's who he is, and you just feel safe in his presence. Utterly safe. And I think that's the end of what she says for now. Right? But it's like, now again, you could say Naruto would actually fight harder for his own kid, Boruto, or Hinata, or Himawari for Sarada or something. But that's not like what they're trying to present with this.
I mean, even
and
then,
it's definitely not what Sarada's planning to do.
Yeah, but even then, even if we want to
Because of
say
Yodo.
Naruto might do that, does Sarada have any inkling of that? Has Naruto?
No, because
From
from her
Sarada's
perspective,
perspective,
what she's explaining
ever.
is no. Everyone's on equal grounds. And frankly, that's all
And
she's
that's
seen.
exactly, that is all she's seen.
You know,
Naruto's
if anything,
proven
she's
it.
seen Naruto try harder for Kawaki than his own son. Like,
It's like the line Sakura said about Lee in the Forest of Death. You don't just say you like me, you proved it.
exactly. So,
it.
like, again, even if we think maybe Naruto would, do that, that's not what Sarada's saying, and that's not what she's seen, and it's not what she's thinking, because that would just go against the point. Yeah. So from her perspective, that's who Naruto is. That's her idol. That's the Hokage she said she wants to be like. Oh, do you think I'm just making up, aren't I, John? Well, let's just go see what Sarada said when she yelled at Shikamaru in Chapter 1 because he didn't believe her even though he believes Amado.
Oh, why would she tell Shikamaru? There's omnipotence, so he's just gonna forget it anyways. It's such a waste. You freaking idiot, Mamba Jonathan Oliver Ruto.
Yeah, all your one name, 3 personality. You're like Doey from Poppy's Playtime. My role model is 7, not you.
Exactly. Well, no, I was thinking about this too because I'm glad you're here.
To be the Hokage,
exactly.
Like Naruto.
Thank you.
Who
I'm
Naruto
glad
is? He treats everyone equally. Do you know what Yodo said to do? Not that.
No, I'm glad you're going to that chapter 1 scene though, because that's so important given this latest chapter. She does still want to be like the Hokage, but what does she say in this latest chapter? These are her new feelings that she feels like she can become Hokage. Seemingly implied based off of Yodo. So in chapter
her
1,
desire to help Boruto makes her think she can become Hokage.
Exactly. So in chapter 1, saying Naruto's her role model, there's nothing wrong with that. Correct me if I'm wrong. She says in chapter 1, let alone in chapter 3 or whatever to Kawaki, she says right here in chapter 1, in this opening scene to Two Blue Vortex is an entire series, that she is going to be the Hokage. And she doesn't care what Shikamaru says because she's following her own path, just like Naruto, or whatever she says here.
Yeah, well, she does say it in chapter 4 as well to Kawaki. But so then you have to ask this question. The spending energy obsessing over such things, making her feel like a complete loser, makes her wonder whether she had any right to be Hokage. Does this only apply from chapters 6 through 21 of Two Blue Vortex? Is it only after the hug scene that this applies? Because if so, well, she didn't really spend much time with that.
But
doesn't
even
really
then,
go with the flow of this, which
being
is
more
like
realistic.
As I spent more and more time around him and shit. Well, she didn't spend time around him in Two Blue Vortex. She spent 3 minutes talking to him before he dipped. So that's not what she's referring to.
No, you're right. That's not. There's one pivotal moment or scene where Sarada's character has shifted in the entirety of Two Blue Vortex. I'll give you a hint. Sarada says what it is in this chapter. Do you know what I'm talking about?
It is?
It's when Sumire calls her out. That's where all this started, apparently. So I'm guessing, genuinely, that is likely the most accurate, as of right now, interpretation. Her feelings that she feels like she can't become Hokage and all that, it was for like one day. It was over the course of the sand mission. You know, when she's sweating and fretting and not being able to focus on the plan and getting them distracted by that's the only time Sarada's not been Sarada, and that's fine coming out of the Sumire conversation. But this is ridiculous, trying to make it up to be like this huge thing.
Again, this is chapter 4, like 2 days ago, or a week ago tops. And the Shinobi who aims to become... This Sarada is confidently arguing with Kawaki, arguing with Shikamaru, the 8th Hokage, in name-ish place,
she
whatever.
Plans to be Hokage.
With these people
she doesn't care what anyone says.
She'll become Hokage. She's forming her own path. This is not... She's not... That Sarada from those scenes didn't feel this way. So this feelings that she has, again, if it only comes from the Sumire conversation, and then Yodo immediately talked her out of it, first of all, that's pretty shallow. That didn't last very long. But then what's the rest of this then? So in chapter 80, when she cried and got her Mangekyo awakening, didn't have anything to do with that. It was just one day I realized, what, you mean yesterday?
Yeah, did she leave off the word ago? One day ago?
All these things are for the last 5 years, but this one thing is only for yesterday.
Yeah. Now, Kamui, I have one caveat that's even more likely because of the Viz release. So wherever Sumire is like, oh, I'm sorry, back then I said a rude thing, Sarada says something along the lines of, yeah, I was surprised at how shocked I was. That just leads further credence to the theory that Ada is the one orchestrating all of this, whether subconsciously or whatever. What exactly does Sarada say here?
At the time, I was so shocked, I didn't know what to say.
Okay, I'm going to count that.
What you said, every single bit of it was absolutely true.
Yeah, okay, so ignoring the fact that she thinks that all of that is true, because that sort of just takes away from the entire Ada theory anyways. Not really, but like, in a way.
No, I mean, Ada could just feel that way.
That's true too, yeah. But okay, maybe I'm looking too much into it because I'm excited with your theory, but Sarada saying, at the time, I was so shocked. Like, specifically at that time.
Now she's not shocked.
Well, like, again, I could just be looking too far.
I mean, Ada's watching this anyway.
Well, yeah.
I would love... This is... Okay, look. We are banking on Ada right now for more reasons than you realize. It's not just omnipotence making no sense that we're banking on Ada. It's not just Shikamaru's bullshit that we're banking on Ada. It's going to be Sarada here, too. So, I don't think they're doing this, but we're going to bank on it. Ada, just as we think maybe Ada's subconscious desires essentially caused Sumire to say those things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what if Ada's subconscious desires are what's making Sarada make no sense?
Yeah, react so stupidly.
All these things with Sarada that don't make sense. The inconsistencies, the weird stuff. Shy Sarada. It's all omnipotent.
Yeah.
That is the only way that we can make this. And it's still kind of bad, but we can accept it because it makes Ada good.
So, okay. With that in mind, fan theory, feel free to deny it because this is very easy to deny. Do you think there's any possibility that Kawaki's change in the Ishiki arc was a result of Ada?
When you say his change, do you mean the positive or negative one?
The positive one.
Is it possible? Well, okay. One, it depends on whether Ada's omnipotence was working inside the pod or not.
Yeah.
Assuming it did.
I mean, she was watching.
And it depends on how much Osuski-ness of Kawaki. So, like, when are you referring to? Is it like when Kawaki in the Delta fight, let's just say he's at 30%. Is she affecting him back there? Is that what it is? Like,
yeah.
But she also didn't. She said her heart fluttered when he beat Ishiki, which you could imply is that's when she really fell in love and took notice, meaning she
Well,
might
but
not
then
have
again,
paid even
why?
attention.
But then again, why is she even watching if she doesn't care? So maybe subconsciously she wants to care.
It could also just be that she just watched out of interest at first. I don't know. There's a lot of possibilities of the issue.
Yeah, completely.
But
Definitely
okay, so that one though, I mean, is it possible? Yeah, absolutely. I don't want that one to be true. I want that to be Kawaki genuinely did that and she genuinely liked it, and then she genuinely dislikes when he's not doing that. It's just so much better for
I know, yeah. It's just Schrodinger's character ruined or not. If it's ruined, then Ada did it. If it's not ruined, then it's the good thing and let the character have it.
Yeah, exactly. But the issue is there's only so many things we want Ada's omnipotence to be doing. The Sumire thing, I'm totally fine with. I think that works. It doesn't ruin Sumire. Yeah. Like, it's just totally fine. And then omnipotence, it can be interesting as long as they just explain it. They explain it well and they do it. Like, they actually do the thing with their character when they do it. I think that one's totally good. I do think they probably could do more foreshadowing as they go along so that people like us who actually pay attention wouldn't be left questioning as much. But then again, it seems like nobody else pays attention. So I guess it's fine. But anyway, that one I'm also fine with. This Sarada one, this is just grasping at straws. It's just like, I just don't like that regardless. But at least if it's Ada, then I can say it's not Sarada being bad. It's just, that's what Ada wants.
Yeah. And that doesn't make Ada bad
at least
either.
Tie into so Ada character things that are interesting.
Yeah, exactly. Like, okay, it just adds more. That's the best way to do it.
Yeah.
If you go to Boruto topics, so I did have like an Ada topic in relation to all of this.
Okay.
Let's see exactly where it is. It's gonna be today, so one of these things I wrote down today. It's probably gonna be way below this. Yeah, it's definitely below this. It's one of the more recent things. One of the slightly bigger ones. Okay, yeah, so 7, yeah, right there. Ikimoto, can you zoom in, by the way? Okay. So, Ikimoto has consistently shown Ada watching at the beginning and end of Sarada and Sumire scenes, whereas other times she's watching, it's usually revealed towards the end. I'm thinking of like other reveals, such as like when Koji revealed, Ada, you've been watching all along because you're a singularity
or something.
Exactly. It's not shown that Ada's watching from the beginning. Why is Ikimoto going out of his way to do that? Ikimoto wants us to know that Ada's watching as the conversation is going on, so we have Ada knowing this in our minds as we are reading the Sarada Sumire scenes for the first time. That's a big distinction to note, and I think it's important that Ikimoto's doing that. It's consistent too.
It's more than that, because unlike not all the other scenes, but with these Sarada Sumire scenes in particular, there's also a lot of emphasis on her thoughts on what she's watching. True. Now, are there other things that have thoughts? Yeah, but a lot of times it's quick. It's just like, follow your heart, huh? Or just, I think I want to talk to Boruto. Or, oh, y'all. Or it's this like a chapter. She got like freaking 2 pages of her like, sensory, get me hooked up with them, like, freaking out. Or the other one, it's like, oh my god, I like this. Like they're trying to give us her genuine thoughts on it. In addition to showing us she's watching the beginning, she's watching the end. This is how she feels about it. They want us to know, which I would just argue is just more evidence to that theory.
Exactly.
I'm banking on it. It's like, that's why it's starting to Sumire are quote unquote immune. It's all Ada. Yeah. I'm banking on it more and more. I only feel like I'm just getting confirmed.
And you could say I'm cherry picking, or that it's just coincidence that Ada happens to be watching at the beginning of every Sumire and Sarada scene, but none of the others. But not only do I think that's ridiculous, but I think that it's definitely possible to like pick it apart and be like, oh, Ada was watching during the entirety of the Sand Mission or the Code arc, but that obviously you don't really count that for this if she's just watching for an entire arc. You look at the scenes that she happens to
be watching
Well,
the individual
the
scenes.
other thing is,
He doesn't need to.
when Ada isn't watching, Sarada and Sumire are in the room with Ada every time.
Yeah.
Chapter 76, they're having a pillow talk together. Or with chapter 1, when they're all in the same room. I know that I've talked before to there, but like the talk, well, actually, yes, they are technically with omnipotence, but you get the idea. They're always in the room together, or she's watching them, or they're just separated, and she's still watching them.
Exactly, yeah. So I think that it's important. I like to believe that. If other people don't want to believe it, then fine. I just think it's a cool thing that they could be doing with Ada. Visually, I think, like, that's one of the times where I'll give Mello his flowers with giving Ikimoto flowers. If he is doing that intentionally, I think that's cool. I think that's good.
I agree. I mean, so far, we've said this before, Ada might be the best written Ikimoto character.
Yeah. Like, I'm not going to say this is, like, story-based. It is, but it's more of, like, the execution of the story. Like, this is visual format. This is just simple, basic things Ikimoto's doing with the manga structure itself to, like, do visual storytelling to accompany the story.
I mean, either way, I still think Ada is arguably the best written TBV Vortex character.
That as well.
Hopefully that continues. I think I ruined.
Real
Real quick, I'm looking at your next point. I've got more problems. Okay, why was Himawari? I'll let you say it, but the next thing down.
Sure. Why was Himawari kicked out of the mind space when Kurama went to sleep? In this latest chapter, chapter 25. Himawari implies she wanted to stay there longer, considering, Kurama's like, oh, I'm going to sleep. And, Himawari's like, no, wait, I got more to say. Don't, no. And, and she's not, like, choosing to leave.
Yeah, no, stop right there. Stop right there. I want you to guess what my problem with that is.
Doesn't happen with Naruto. Okay, hints, go ahead.
What are Himawari and Kurama supposedly?
Oh yeah, one mind, one body, one soul.
Yeah, one body and soul. How is she getting kicked out? Kurama's going to sleep. They're not one body, it's one soul.
Exactly.
Otherwise, she wouldn't get kicked out by Kurama. Like, is Himawari have multiple personality disorder and she's like made a fake persona that's kicking her out? Like the girl in the Kawaki Himawari Academy arc? Is that what's going on?
But also, isn't this sort of proof that they aren't one in like any regard, considering Kurama's asleep and Himawari isn't? How does that work?
Kurama wants to go to bed. She doesn't. Kurama has knowledge. She doesn't.
Exactly. So, okay.
Like, they're not one soul. Say what you want about the body. That's the same as Ultimate Jerky. They're not one soul.
Exactly. Before going on to the next one, though, to contrast that, I do want to decide, because there's multiple reasons of why Himawari could have been kicked out. But yeah, go ahead.
So you're gonna hate this.
Oh god.
But about your next point, I already have the Ikimoto argument to answer the question.
Okay.
And you're gonna laugh, especially like what we just talked about.
Okay, so a couple possibilities for why Himawari could have been kicked out. Assuming it's like nature energy, maybe she just like got off balanced or whatever, and she was like disturbed and no longer meditating. It could be that there's a fixed time limit. She can be in there for 15 minutes tops, or it could be like a chakra based thing. She just ran out of chakra because it takes chakra passively to exist in that dimension. It could be because if Kurama's the owner of the dimension and he falls asleep, then it's like the dimension itself no longer exists. It just shuts down. It forces Himawari back to reality. It could just be coincidental timing. I don't think that's it. It could be that Kurama can choose whenever Himawari is in there or not, aka Kurama chose to kick her out. It could have been that Himawari just off-screen left herself, but I don't think so.
Before I hit you with the curveball of nonsense that you're gonna be baffled by,
okay,
that makes the most sense. It's just, for Kurama, like, they need to be connected. Their minds need to be connected. It's a mind space, a shared mind space. They need to both be there.
Yeah.
So it's either Kurama owns it and just kicks her out, or they both need to be there. When Kurama goes to sleep, he's leaving. It's one or the other.
It could be that though, because likewise, think about Baryon Mode Naruto's death scene or whatever, quote unquote. Naruto seemingly wanted to stay there longer, reaching upwards for Kurama, and then he just jolted back to reality. Exactly. So, in fact, like weirdly, Naruto's unconscious arm was also reaching upwards and out or whatever. It's like Naruto was forced out of that mind space, since I don't think he wanted to leave at that exact moment. It's like, I'm guessing it's because Kurama left. I don't think Kurama forced Naruto out since he was dying, but maybe it was like his last.
Just been like the mind space might just disappeared with that one, but
okay, definitely possible. Well, I don't know. It's weird because, like, okay, well, first of all. So, Naruto isn't like Himawari, because, correct me if I'm wrong, my interpretation of it, and this is probably something that we should have, like, decided on, but, like, my interpretation is Kurama is living or existing or whatever in the unsealed seal. Kurama is still inside of Minato's seal, it's just unsealed, and Kurama's choosing not to, like, take over or whatever. So the gate is open, but the gate exists, and that's where Kurama's living inside Naruto. He's not living in Hagoromo's, oh, you gotta take over this place, Kurama, you gotta be here. No, he's inside Naruto's stomach or whatever, specifically.
Yeah, we don't know where Kurama is or what's going on with him, or we don't know. But
so,
it's not in Minato's seal. She doesn't have it.
Yeah, but at at that same time, at least in the anime, when Kurama dies, Naruto and Kurama are in this like weird blue dimension, but I still think that's inside like Minato's seal or whatever, because when that's happening,
you just interpret the color effect or something.
When that happens, you see all the other Tailed Beasts in the Tailed Beast meeting spot, so clearly they aren't there, considering they're not in the background, and Naruto isn't shown when we see the Tailed Beast, so I think it's two different places that they were in. I'm assuming that they were in
Naruto's they have a Tailed Beast mind space that was separate from the Naruto Kurama one.
Exactly. So, to be fair, I don't think the mind space itself was removed or destroyed or eliminated. I think Naruto could still technically go there. Like theoretically, he doesn't need to make a new seal. Shukaku could just go inside that seal. Possibly, I don't know if that's even technically possible, but like you get the idea.
Maybe, I don't know.
So I think the mind space still exists. In fact, Naruto might be able to access it. He would just obviously be alone. I don't know if he can, assuming you need both. But, I mean, Kurama's seemingly always there by himself.
But then again, Minato and Naruto got poofed into another mind space.
Well, I wouldn't call that a mind space. That was just the Ninshu thing. It was like they were still in the same mind space.
His fingers. He just did like
I don't know how he did that. That's just weird in general.
Minato has omnipotence.
Literally. But that's what I think for that.
I mean, I will say it was really freaking cool. Snapped his fingers.
But okay, so did you do your curveball, goofy, ridiculous thing yet? Or
no,
okay,
not yet.
Okay. So what is
I think you should read the full thing though, start to finish.
Sure. So Kamui, why was Himawari kicked out of the mind space when Kurama went to sleep in Boruto TBV Vortex Chapter 25? Himawari implies she wanted to stay there longer instead of choosing to leave. Likewise, why wasn't Boruto, given that Himawari was? Boruto said after Momoshiki said to be gone, the thing Momo would want to hear. What are the rules?
Okay, Oodie. So...
is your goofy thing
Himawari
that first sentence? Your goofy thing's absolutely that first sentence, isn't it? Of the
Himawari and Kurama are what, Oodie?
One body, one soul?
Boruto and Momoshiki explicitly
one body, two souls.
One body and soul.
Yeah.
So this is inverse of how it should be. It doesn't make sense. But what if Kurama can do that? Because Himawari and Kurama are one body and soul, and Momoshiki can't because he's not one soul with Boruto.
Okay, that's not the goofy thing that I thought you were gonna go with. The goofy thing I thought you were gonna go with is because of the minimalistic way I wrote the likewise sentence. I thought you were gonna say, why wasn't Boruto kicked out of the Nine Tails Himawari mind space when Himawari was? So I thought that's what you were gonna do.
Yeah, well, that would have been funny. The other thing I could have said, though, to really throw a curveball at you is that Boruto would love this. Boruto and Momoshiki's thoughts are crossing over, so they are one soul.
Exactly.
And so I think it's his head. Or another answer is Momoshiki was just so depressed he couldn't do it.
It's so stupid. I don't know. But there's those topics. We're doing a terrible job of actually responding to the comments that we said that we were gonna do.
Jeff's bad. Okay, go to your comments.
Okay, if you want to stop sharing your screen.
I would love to.
Okay.
Oh, Saran left the group chat.
Oh, is that what that was? Okay, I was curious.
He said, "Why am I still here?" Left.
That's funny. I'm going too far, so let me go to here, and then the Boruto topics, and scroll all the way back up. Kamui, look at how far I have to scroll. That's how much we've written in this past week.
It's all negative.
Okay, so Kamui,
I think that really proves the point.
We have written our hearts out. Nobody can say our heart wasn't in this chapter. It was just in the wrong places. On our Burrito TBV Vortex reaction, chapter 25, people had a lot to say to us. So, this is a comment from Rising.
I'm already ready to stop after the first half sentence.
Well, no, that's what we're going to do for all this. We're not just going to read all of this. We're going to go point by point. So, Kamui, what made Boruto talk to Momoshiki was knowing that Kawaki power-up wasn't enough to beat Jura.
Yeah, okay, stop right there. So, he already knew that before the Sand mission. So, in the timeline of chapter 15, because the flashback to begin chapter 24 is right after that part of chapter 15, he told Kawaki, yeah, can't beat Jura still. So if what made Boruto talk to Momoshiki was that thing he already knew, why didn't he talk to Momoshiki back then?
Yeah, I feel like people have either forgotten Boruto's sand mission plan already, or they just never understood it in the first place. The whole point was to stall.
I can't blame them.
I know.
Stupid.
Exactly. Yeah, so Kawaki's supposed to stall fighting Jura, so Boruto is able to lock on to teleport them all away to safety. Which, again, the plan makes no sense in the first place.
And Boruto's gonna fly away so that Momoshiki doesn't take over.
So, keeping that in mind, keeping that in mind, Boruto knows that when he tells Kawaki to get his limiters off to make this plan to do that in the first place. In the same conversation where Boruto's telling Kawaki the plan, he also tells Kawaki to unsummon Naruto so Kawaki can train under Naruto to get stronger so they can in the future take down Jura together.
Well, to be fair, that's not exactly what he said. He said, ideally, you would train with Naruto. But instead, we're going to do the limiters thing.
Yeah. Either way, so they continue by saying, but he's thinking if Momoshiki has full access to V2, Flying Thunder God, and Uziko, quote-unquote, Borushiki, or Boroshiki, sorry.
Oh, yeah, Boroshiki. Okay, so Boro is coming back as an Osusuki. That's new. I wonder where he got that theory from.
So Boroshiki and Kawaki may be able to kill Jura, and hoping Kawaki and the others are mentally strong enough to kill Boruto while Momo has control over his body.
See, but they can... Okay, so... Memes aside, already two problems. Yeah. One, he's assuming, and I understand that this is a reasonable possibility, it's one of the two possibilities, but he's assuming it's Momoshiki plus Kawaki killing Jura. Boruto never said that yet. We don't know if it's meant to be a 1v1 or that. It could be either. It's equal interpretation for now. Because both have their weirdness to it. It would be weird if Momoshiki gets Soldier, then how's Kawaki gonna beat him? But on the other hand, it'd be weird for them to team up, because why the fuck's Kawaki gonna do that? And second, well, first, do you have anything more to say about that point?
No, I agree.
Okay. Second, these people, again, they don't read Two Blue Vortex. They've already forgotten what Boruto told Shikamaru in Chapter 7. He doesn't want... No, if worst comes to worst, yeah, he'd rather die than have Momoshiki kill everyone.
You know, the whole point of his plan in the code arc.
He doesn't want the Kawaki feud to end that way. He's not going to go out of his way to forcefully make it that way. You know, if Momoshiki came out in the Sand Mission, Boruto seemingly is willing to take a risk on that, but he's not planning Kawaki killing him. He specifically wants to make it so that this feud doesn't end as brother killing brother. He wants to beat Kawaki up and bring the Uzumaki family household back together. He doesn't want Kawaki killing Momoshiki. That's not his first choice. He's not going to go out of his way to make that happen. If he is, that's retconning Boruto's character. Now, you can say characters' motivations can change. Yeah, they don't just flip on a dime. The whole motive. Then you go back to end of part 1, and you say, okay, the end of part 1's stupid, because that's like if Naruto decided, I'm just not bringing Sasuke back. I'm just not doing it. I'm gonna do the opposite. I'm gonna send to Sasuke to Orochimaru and Shippuden. And he's like, hey, Orochimaru, I caught Sasuke. Here's him back. That's what that's doing. And I know some people wanted Naruto to give up on Sasuke, but you can't just narratively do that. It's so stupid. And this is even worse.
So, I think people just need the reminder. The code arc. Kawaki didn't kill Momoshiki. Kawaki beat Momoshiki in Boruto's body, Borushiki, and then Boruto started waking up. And then Boruto told Kawaki to do the plan to kill, not Momoshiki, but to kill Boruto. Why? It's not because of what Momoshiki was about to do in that moment. Boruto was taking back control. Momoshiki, as a threat, was no more for that time. Kawaki proved he's stronger than Borushiki. Why would Boruto tell Kawaki to kill him? It's not to kill Momoshiki. It's because Momoshiki has proven that he can be a threat and take over Boruto in the future. And Boruto's going to stop that future before it can even begin. It's not because of now, it's because of what could be in the future that Boruto is acting now in advance, preparedly to stop that. So, to say that...
And then you have the prophecy arc where that goes out the window.
Exactly. But to say that Boruto's hoping that Kawaki and the others are mentally strong enough to kill Boruto while Momo has control of his body.
Knows Kawaki is.
That's
like,
ridiculous.
The doubt? Bro's just been begging to do that for the last 3 years.
Kawaki has already done it. He wants to do it because he's mentally strong enough for it. The whole point isn't being mentally strong enough. That's not our problem. It's physical strength. The reason that they can't kill Jura isn't because they aren't mentally strong enough to kill this innocent wild beast cub like Konohamaru was. Boruto sees him as Exactly. It's because so stupid. It's because Jura doesn't have mental strength over them, but physical strength. Oh wow! And so Borushiki defeats Jura. It's not going to be because of mental strength. It's because of physical strength. In which case, Kawaki has the mental strength to kill Borushiki. But if Borushiki kills Jura, it's because of physical strength. Kawaki doesn't have the physical strength to kill Jura, which is the problem, not the mental strength.
And Boruto doesn't want, again, if anyone's going to kill Borushiki, he wants it to be Kawaki alone. Boruto has no intention of dragging Himawari and Sarada and Mitsuki in the kill Boruto mission. He doesn't want that. He's not banking on Sarada using her Mangekyo while Mitsuki attacks with the Sage Snakes while Himawari does the Biju Bombs while Kawaki goes in and snaps him. He's not planning the tag team on Boruto mission. That's not his goal. It's the last thing he wants. The only person he trusts to do this is Kawaki, or maybe Sasuke if he was around. But really, Kawaki, I mean, this clearly says in the code arc, you're the only one I can ask of this. Because he knows Sarada's not gonna fucking do it. She's gonna stop Kawaki.
Again.
So again, Kawaki and the others. What others do you have in mind? Sweet little Himawari's gonna kill her big bro. No, if Ikimoto writes that, I'm dropping this series for the 3rd time.
Again, going back to the code arc. Why does Boruto ask Kawaki to kill him? It's not a spur-of-the-moment decision reacting to Borushiki. No, they already had this plan. Base, sensibly minded Boruto, at a time of no heightened emotions and the peaceful era of the village or whatever, he's making this plan with Kawaki. Hey, if I ever go out of control, you gotta kill me, because if Momoshiki's a threat, then I don't want to live anymore. Borushiki is still technically there, but Boruto's taking back over. It's more like coincidence than anything. If anything, it's just a testament to Boruto's resolve to do it so quickly after realizing it's not because Momoshiki's there. If Momoshiki's gone entirely, and that's just base Boruto again, entirely 100%, and Momoshiki's asleep, Boruto's still saying, kill me now. Because that's the point of their plan. Momoshiki proved he can take control. Boruto was wrong. He admitted it, and now he's atoning for his mistake. Like he says, I almost killed my dad. That can just happen. So Boruto doesn't want to live for that possibility to happen. That's why that's happening. But anyways, so...
This just baffles you when you read this dialogue, and this was good when the code arc happened. But and then you read this dialogue, and then he just like randomly thinks he could just Momoshiki won't come out, which is why he doesn't want Kawaki to come with the prophecy arc. And Momoshiki does come out, and we're afraid of him coming out. And it's why Kawaki on this? You know, because Boruto didn't say Momoshiki's gonna resurrect in the future is his reasoning. It's that Momoshiki took over and almost killed his. That it's Borushiki that's the reason, not a hypothetical resurrected Momoshiki. It's the Borushiki. That's why he told Kawaki to kill him.
Yeah, you know, the one that almost killed his dad.
He can think he can handle Momoshiki all he wants. But in chapter 78, when Momoshiki takes over and frees Kawaki, Boruto should have run in Kawaki's direction and said, alright, you're right, buddy, kill me.
Exactly!
Based off his character. Why didn't he do that? What's the difference from the code arc?
Because the reason that Boruto wants Kawaki to kill him in the code arc is because he almost killed his dad. That doesn't change in the future. In the prophecy arc, Boruto still almost killed his dad in the code arc. Nothing changed for his reason of wanting to
Boruto
no longer
killed his friends. If Sasuke didn't bail him out. Like, he had to be saved. Like,
I just don't understand.
And then he was afraid of Momoshiki coming out on 2 different occasions in Two Blue Vortex.
Just ridiculous. I was hoping you could read this if I were to go to the bathroom really quick.
No, we're taking turns, bro. After all the
Okay. Well, if I go to the bathroom, can you read until you... At least read until you have something to say, and then say however much of a long thing you want to say until I get back.
Man, can you just play the Daigo rewrite intro?
I mean,
No, I have an idea. Just go play a random clip of a previous stream again. We've done that before.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that was ridiculous, for sure. Or you could catch up on chat if you wanted to. That's also something you could do.
I want to break from talking.
Okay, sure. Go to a random clip. Here, you know what? We'll go to oldest, in case you haven't seen one of these older clip guys. Watch Boruto vs. Mitsuki Explained. Alright. Okay, I'll be right back.
I did a video on this like a couple days ago. I think Ada's Amado's daughter. I do.
I don't know about that one, but regardless of why he's immune, the thing is, like Boruto mentions, so omnipotence just erases their memory of omnipotence and whatnot. So
Yeah.
you could theoretically keep repeatedly figuring it out. Like Shikamaru may have, for all we know, figured it out 20 times and kept forgetting. The thing with Amado is it's just like he's the only character who's just like, yeah, I've known this the whole time. My memories were definitely altered. There's no other explanation. And like Sarada and Samurai noticed, that's not normal. He shouldn't be able to do that.
Exactly.
And I don't know. In Amado's case, he could be immune, but not know every single detail of how omnipotence works. And so he might be trying to deflect away, essentially. Be like, yeah, this is like obvious, like kind of thing. When really, because he doesn't know Sarada and Samurai are immune, he doesn't realize that they would notice that is
to change their behavior.
Because I mean, of course he could know, but I'm thinking he might not know this, and so his plan would work if they were affected too, but because they're not affected, they can notice that it's sus. Like, they were sweating.
Otherwise, he would be like, if he knew how the omnipotence worked, he'd be able to realize that, hey, they're going to forget the concept of this anyways, like they said in the recent chapter. You're going to forget it anyways. It's like you said, they could have figured it out 100 times, and this could just be normal for him. And he's applying logic, and to me, the fact that he's able to overdo this with logic, that's just not a good enough answer. Because again,
especially because Boruto literally said that in order to essentially just believe in him, you have to attach logic. Like logic doesn't work.
Like faith. Of
course, what did Amado say? It was all logic,
Yeah, I'd recognize my 6-year. Nah, and well, look at the way he treats Delta, for example. Like, look at that, and look at the way, like just his whole demeanor. He rinsed Delta out. And I say this in the video, he rents Delta out to Konoha for the low. Like, he's their attack dog. His precious daughter. He's okay with her just, like, being... I'm just saying, like, think about it. How precious is she? He's okay with her being in combat and just used like that. We see him not interacting with Ada. We see the fact that he's nervous as... I'm just saying, he looked scared when he saw Ada. Everyone else was, like, around. He was terrified.
Like, the only reason he would be so frightened of Ada is because she could...
She's asking for her allowance.
With her... Yeah, like with her knowledge, like,
everything she knows about him. Exactly, she knows everything about this dude. He was actually.
I agree with that, past Oodie. Thanks for that.
Okay, we can look at chat now.
Okay, well, shout out chat. Hello, everyone. Hate? What hate? Oh, do you mean all the Boruto fans are smarter than you, which is happening in the Discord server? And a link to the Discord! Hey, that's the segue that we never did. Thank you, Space. Yeah, no, Kamui, I think this is a pretty bold claim, so I could be wrong. I feel like the 2 to 3 conversations we've had in the Discord this past week might be some of, if not the most ridiculous conversations we've had. The stupidest Discord conversations we've had. I could be wrong.
Like, I agree. I mean, I still can't get over... I think the dumbest one probably is still the Shinjutsu one. How are we arguing this? Why is this a debate? Make it a poll. Like, it's in... Like, look. You have to go no further than the name. Shin-jutsu. Obviously, it's a jutsu. I mean, divine technique. It's a technique. The adjective is that it's divine. It's still a technique, no matter how divine the technique is.
I mean, that one is probably your most ridiculous one. I think for me, it definitely has to be me arguing whether or not Sakura should be in the manga practically for so many hours, and then afterwards finding out that Jonathan Oliver secretly agrees. Exactly. Asked Ikimoto himself, basically word for word, my question that he was clowning on me for hours. 3 I was trying so hard to explain it in the most simple, rational, logical terms to get him to follow any kind of thought for so long. He just was incapable. His brain lacks the capacity to do one simple thought process. One line of logic.
Like, bro, he's referencing the thing that lies with Kawaki and the memory of deciding to believe Naruto, and then we see the memory. It's everything but the.
I love how he thinks that Shikamaru over the course of like
is blanked out. That lies with Ki.
Yeah.
Like it's literally directly referencing. It's like it's on the page.
Like
bro.
he genuinely believes over the course of 24 hours, Shikamaru forgot 1% of the conversation. And then within like 10 seconds of 24 hours later, he forgot the other 99%.
It's like, no, it doesn't make sense.
Most convenient timing ever.
Yeah, I don't know this, but I've already forgot some of the other. The Shinju, Shikamaru, Sakura. There's probably something.
Missing out on Discord party sounds like fun. It sounds like it's like he was big or whatever defense that was used. Stupid is what it was. Oh my god.
What else to be arguing with Naruto? I feel like there's more because it's been on for so long. I mean, I spent like 3 hours and shit.
I know. Ridiculous. But anyways,
I know Space still thinks Jonathan Oliver is number one.
I
don't know. It's tough because like. Jonathan Oliver is a troll, bro, because like he's like commenting, get him, Rudo, get him. Like it's like I'm looking back and I'm like, is he just trolling us? Like I don't know.
I know. Because like how can he do that when like 2 days ago he asked the same question I did directly to Ikimoto? How?
Oh, you cut on me. You must.
Well, to be fair, you're cutting out on me too, so I think it's just our Wi-Fi's are bad. But how can he say that to Rudo? Yeah, I'm still cutting out for you?
Yeah, no, you're good now.
Okay, yeah. How can he say that to Rudo when, like, 2 days prior, he was essentially agreeing with me before I had said it, asking it directly to Yukimoto? I just don't understand.
Yeah, like, I feel like Mamba's definitely the meanest.
Yeah.
Like, Rudo's just like a dumber Mamba.
Yeah. Like, there was one thing today in chat that I actually...
meanest, but maybe not quite as mean. I think Mamba stands out as the meanest.
Easily, yeah. Oodie, your voice is lagging? Oh, so it's on the stream too? Or no, Space, are you listening through the Discord? If so, then I think it's just my Wi-Fi. But I think the stream will be able to hear it fine. Mamba kind of feels too insensitive. That's funny. There was something... you might have missed it, Kamui. I deleted something that Mamba said in chat today. It was a message to Paradox. You know, like, Paradox's long message that he, like, copy-pasted from TikTok about, like, Nagius Glorious King.
I saw
thing, like,
I didn't
so
read
long.
the full thing, but he was just like, shut up, nobody wants to see this or whatever. Like,
no, he was mean about it. He was, like, cursing him out, bro. I was like, that's not an argument. That's just being mean for no reason. I was like, Paradox hasn't responded yet. I might as well just delete this one. Screw it. You cut out?
Like if he's gonna call you stupid, just doing it the funniest, most not mean way. Like he's trying to be mean, but you just can't take it seriously the way he'll do it because he'll be like, "You're so stupid." Read Rene Descartes, you know, like
Coffee on YouTube. Oh, Dark Chicago. Oh, that's not good. And it said 40% Drames dropped or whatever. I guess that sucks. Well, don't know what I can do about that, but hopefully it's good. And Mom being annoyed by Paradox. Okay, Space. Listen, we do not need to be defending Mamba. Two Blue Vortex 25 is not bad. It's new. We never saw a shonen manga make romance one of the main points. It's always about friends only.
Is he trolling?
I have to be.
Like I haven't shonen manga. But that's totally not true. And also, how do you define a main point? Like how?
I also love how he says it's not bad, it's new. As if one of our points of it being bad is because it's new. It's like, or like, it can't be bad
Okay,
because
he's
it's new.
sarcastic.
Okay, he is, yeah. Never mind. Well, it was fun to break it apart anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, like it's new. That's why it's good. It's just because it's new. It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. I'm glad I remembered to do this. I wish we did this with Mello. We actually haven't looked at your intro pictures topic yet. Oh my god, it's not going to load because of my Wi-Fi. Well, hopefully back.
Well, I can hear you.
Oh, there I am. Okay, well, hopefully I'm good, because a lot of dropped frames. Yep, it's definitely disconnecting. Wi-Fi, am I good? Oh, nope. It's back and forth. There's a real roller coaster of Wi-Fi here. Well, I mean, I guess yeah. I don't know. I mean, I could try resetting the Wi-Fi, but I feel like that might end the stream. But then again, at this rate, stream might just end on its own. Unless I'm good. Hopefully, I'm just good. It looks like I'm good now. Until I'm not. Well, I guess only one way to find out. I mean, I guess we'll just keep going.
See if the stream's loading. I mean, I don't know if it's dropping frames, but it seems like it's working on my end.
Okay, I'll just assume it's good.
Okay, so intro pictures.
Yeah, intro pictures, or was it intro topics?
I'll just go.
No, it was oh my god. Okay, this isn't what I was looking for, but this is hilarious.
Yes, I just saw this. Somebody posted, "What in the world is this?"
Thank you.
Which we made fun of as well. We are,
Even like zoomed in, it looked wrong.
Real quick. To be fair, real quick. What Ikimoto? I don't think Ikimoto's actually drawing her ankle rolling there. I think her foot is just normal heel toe, and her pants are just sagged. And because Ikimoto doesn't know how to do depth perception, it looks like her ankle's twisted. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. That doesn't change the fact that it looks like her ankle's twisted, broken, whatever.
It looks so wrong. Like there's a reason we made fun of it.
Is what I was gonna say is, hold on, I gotta read the dialogue with it. Scroll down.
Oh, yeah, okay, that was the one I was looking at, by the way.
Screw you, Mamba! We're not the only ones!
I love it. This is the one I wanted to go over with Mello. I wanted to see if he was going to denounce
best TBV chapter so far. Can we please stop saying this for every chapter? And then I said, especially not this chapter.
Yeah, I want this to be the first thing we go over with Mello.
Yeah.
I mean, he was on board with this sentiment last chapter, so hopefully he carries that over to this one. But we'll see. I mean, he did only give it an 8 out of 10 or whatever, so 7 out of 10.
Yeah, I don't think it's his best chapter. Somebody said, though, Study and Shul, am I the only one feeling that TBV is following JJK too much? Main character making a deal with the devil, enemies that want something fundamental for themselves, like trees to understand, love, hate, emotions, curse, spirit, become new humans. Well, to answer your question, yes, it is following JJK too much, but not in the way you think. It's following JJK too much by being bad.
In terms of its quality.
In terms of the downgrade over time.
I mean, Kamui, it's got to the point to where
JJK is better.
I was gonna say, telling you that you should watch MHA because it's better than Two Blue Vortex isn't even a compliment anymore. I can't even use that to convince you.
You know, actually, I can use it to convince you to read JJK. It is too worse. Because, like, again, I mean, I'm curious now, because now at this point, like, the worst of JJK versus the worst of TBV, I think you're going to be more annoyed by TBV. You might just not care as much about JJK because you didn't care as much in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're going to be grinding your gears, punching air more with TBV. Because as much as I don't like some of the JJK stuff, I don't think they ever ruined 3 characters in one chapter. You know?
So, okay. I don't know if you think or if other people think that Sukuna was ruined based on whatever seemingly, supposedly, apparently love stuff they supposedly do. But
it's not that Sukuna was ruined. For me, it's not that Sukuna was ruined. It's that, I guess, the rest.
okay. Because I just saw a thing like a week ago or 2 weeks ago or something. I'm assuming it's real, but it could have been one of those like fan-made things as a meme, or like the Jogo replacing thing that was like the meme that I loved that you remember.
Yeah,
Sukuna looking at Jogo like, please, you gotta save me, and Jogo being like, ahaha, or whatever.
Yeah.
So I did see something. As of now, I do think it's legit. It looked legit. It was Sukuna like freaking out, and he's like, save me, please, Maharaga! And that's the only thing I saw. But,
oh, okay. Do you want me to tell you?
I mean, you can. Because it seemed like people were posting that to say that's what ruined Sukuna, because he lost all his aura or stuff. But it looks like a really freaking cool moment, assuming it's true.
The dialogue's a meme.
Okay. Oh my
but they're memeing it because he uses Maharaga, and the basically it's the people basically saying, "Oh, Sukuna was relying on Maharaga. Yeah, save me, Maharaga." Like they are making memes. Like it's inspired by the story, obviously, but that's a meme. It's not.
That's
fair. It's pretty funny because it is him yelling in that scene. But
I mean, it looked cool. What he actually says. Yeah. No, I mean,
I think he might just. I don't remember. He might yell Maharaga. Not gonna say why.
Okay. Well, because he's using Maharaga.
They might just added to save me. I don't remember what he says for sure in that scene, but I think he might yell Maharaga. They just added to save me, I think.
Sure. I mean, it reminded me a lot of really cool Demon Slayer villain moments that are very, very similar to that idea. And those are all cool, and nobody hates those. So it'd be weird if people said that this ruined Sukuna because it took away his aura or whatever. Like, people don't hate Mahito because of his ending, right?
Well, to be fair, though, I guess, like, in fairness, I mean, there's definitely things you could do to make it good, but Sukuna's thing is that he is the strongest, the king of curses. In fairness, it would probably be, again, you can make it look good, but I can understand why some people wouldn't like him begging to be saved by Maharaga.
Okay, but
where you can just argue it's good though in different ways. So that's
I understand that, from my understanding, which I'm not gonna pretend like I have the best understanding of JJK of all time ever at all. From my practically anime only casual watcher experience, who only kind of like JJK experience, from my understanding, Maharaga is like the user's cursed energy, or it's like a cursed technique. It's the same thing that it's like the wolves.
It's just
like
10 shadows.
10 shadows. Yeah.
Megumi's technique.
So it's not like its own sentient other being. I mean, it technically is, because I mean, the first time it was used, the user was knocked out.
Killed people. Like it's in that the Maharaga is strong because it was used a 6-size user in the past, but it's implied that like they killed each other, but via Maharaga.
Yeah.
Might have just killed both of them.
Okay, that's kind of funny. Kind of cool, too. But, like, I always saw, like, Maharaga as part of the user's arsenal or power or whatever. So when Sukuna
you can
used
control it.
Maharaga, that's like Sukuna's Maharaga, even if it's still the same power as Maharaga in all instances.
Well, it is Sukuna's Maharaga because the thing with 10 Shadows is you have to defeat the thing,
Oh, well,
the
yeah.
Shikigami, and then he
There
gets
you go.
yours, basically. Nobody's ever beaten Maharaga. Sukuna technically does when he does it in Shibuya,
Yeah.
for example. So he just is strong enough to do it.
Okay. With
So,
that
like,
being said,
it
I
is
feel like
his
that's
Maharaga.
kind of a spoiler because to an extent, I don't know why he can't just stay in his current body. Why does he switch bodies to then? I thought he was doing that to get access to Maharaga.
So that
But I mean, that would be spoilers, I guess, to talk on
there's
further.
an explanation for what's going on there.
Okay.
but-
I mean, I'm assuming he wants his body for more than just Maharaga, whatever bloodline shenanigans. I mean, he's related to Toji, but I thought it was mainly Maharaga. I guess I'm just wrong there. So that means he can just summon Maharaga in Itadori, or can Itadori not use 10 Shadows when he's Sukuna?
Yuji cannot, yeah, he can't use Maharaga in Yuji.
Okay. Interesting. So
Can only do that with Megami's body.
So let's just say, because Megami already has Maharaga, and I don't think I know why, unless I'm just forgetting.
Well, he has access to summoning him, but he can't like control him. Like he could summon him for the sake of gaining control, like the ritual to gain control, which he obviously can't win. But
Okay.
that's like what he can do.
That makes sense. So in that case, Sukuna's controlling Maharaga, not just summoning him.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
that's
correct.
interesting. I like that. That's cool. Okay, with that being said, so that means if he took over not Megami's body, but someone else who has access to the 10 shadows, he should be able to still summon and use Maharaga.
He might have to, because assuming you can have 2 10 Shadows users at once anyway, it might be a thing to where you might have to do a separate ritual with the other person's body, because it might be like their Maharaga versus Megami's Maharaga. So you might have to do a separate ritual. But
That's fair, yeah. That's okay, sure.
But he would just be able to do it.
Yeah. Yuji is good, no doubt. The thing about Sukuna is that the manga makes it very clear that he didn't need the 10 shadows to win. I don't know about that, but either way. Cool, someone that agrees with me. I think JJK was carried because it was weekly and was good at pacing. Now, Two Blue Vortex is following the template of old gen Naruto, first arc being in the sand. Well, I don't think that's the template Naruto was going with, but I see what you're saying. Also, that was the second arc, not the first arc, but anyway. Nah, the Toji and Megami being blood related have nothing to do with each other for Sukuna swapping bodies. Okay.
Correct.
Naruto's in the chat, Kamui. Oh my god, it's Naruto! Naruto, we love you! Oh my god, we watch you all the time. I'm so glad you became Hokage.
And I hope Sarada doesn't.
Just in the sense that I thought you were gonna keep going. No, just doesn't was the last word of that sentence.
I was originally going to keep going, and then I stopped, and I was like, you know what, it's better if I just.
It was better. Boruto's my boy. Oh wow, he really is getting this whole Naruto thing. Boruto's my boy, and the series is excellent, but I wish it were a bit more interesting. I wish they would probably like seal Sarada or make an epic battle or something. They could. How far are you, so I don't spoil it for you? I just got to the very beginning of the Culling games. In fact, I personally would say I haven't started the Culling games yet. More like the.
Yeah, you haven't like really. I don't. Yeah, they like just basically just started.
Yeah. I will always disagree that Yuji is a bad MC. Sure, Yuji is kind of uncooked, but he isn't raw or burned. Well, unfortunately, this isn't a JJK stream, so back to Boruto.
Yeah, it should be at this rate.
If
the series keeps going down this avenue.
Oh my god. So, going back to my response here. Oh, right. Actually, we have to. No, we can actually read this in order. So, I said, in reference to the guy that said, talking to Momoshiki was the Kawaki power-up, and he thinks everyone should defeat him because Boroshiki's strong because he has all these abilities and mental strength. And yeah, that's okay. And it was what I said. That was the worst recap I could have ever done. With the time I took to badly recap that, I could just read the comment. But I say, Boruto didn't think it would be enough. That was the point of the plan. That's why Boruto asked Kawaki to also free Naruto to train Kawaki. But even going with what you said, why would Boruto talk to him now, of all times? Boruto himself went against his own plan with Kawaki in the sand by showing up early. Boruto was living on a prayer, hoping he doesn't die by the time Kawaki shows up, hopefully on time. We don't know why Kawaki showed up when he did, because we don't know the timeline of how long it was between Boruto telling Kawaki about the limiters and the sand mission. I see no reason why Kawaki would wait, so he should have gone to Amado right after the Boruto convo same day. So unless the sand mission is also the same day, what gives? But also, Boruto was willing to deviate from the plan when Kawaki does show up and is solo fodderizing Jura. Why doesn't Boruto have this convo with him then, instead of focusing on not using karma, something he can't control and Momoshiki doesn't care about, and instead use that time to ask Momo to defeat Jura here and now with Kawaki?
See, the thing. So if my
Yeah.
So I know there's theories.
Uh-huh.
Some people think that you've probably heard the Shibai theories, like Shibai's and Boruto, whatever. Okay, so let's just go with that for a second. It's actually Shibai who's trying to take control of Boruto in those scenes, and not Momoshiki. Does Boruto know? Because he has to, because he's walking from Momoshiki, sulking as usual. So it's what does Boruto think? Does he think Momoshiki's just lying? Does he just actually think Momoshiki was trying to take over and he's just bullshitting there? Or does he believe Momoshiki? Because it's he and Koji thought Boruto was going to lose control.
Yeah.
But then if that's the case, why does he even need to make deals with... Let's let it go.
I mean, Koji seemingly knew that Kawaki Boruto interaction was going to happen. Assuming it's Shibai and not Momoshiki, that's even worse. That should be even more of a thing for Koji to worry about preventing at all than Jura. Why was he just chilling with Boruto even interacting with Kawaki in that scene at all, knowing the possibility?
It's literally the worst possible future. If it is Shibai, though, it can't be in a good way because he wouldn't be taking control forcefully without a word if he's a good guy. Yelling, hey, I'm Shibai. And So,
but at the same time, here's another end of it. How shit is Shibai if he can't even take control of Boruto? He failed to take control of Boruto, really?
Yeah, exactly. So, that would just make Shibai the worst thing ever. So that would imply to me, okay, it's probably not Shibai, and instead it's probably Momoshiki. You could say it's just the karma itself, but that doesn't make sense for two reasons. One, itself isn't just a lie. And two, what is karma? Momoshiki's data. If it is just karma, it's just Momoshiki. So I feel like there's no way around it. That just is and then you either have to say one of two. Either Momoshiki's lying, or Momoshiki tried to take over, failed, and he's depressed about it. God damn it, I failed again. You managed to get away with it. And that is possible. That is possibly what he's saying, but it just makes Momoshiki so weak. You just can't.
I don't know. I feel like that shouldn't be the case. Because, like, okay, he can't take over in that moment, whatever. He should be able to take over Boruto when he's passed out. Like, without struggle. Boruto can't fight against him then.
And I know, like, the argument people will say is, well, maybe karma has to be active recently or whatever. So if you're going to do that, though, in my opinion, you need to establish the timeline of what he can and can't do. You need to set the karma has to be deactivated or has to be activated within 5 minutes for Momoshiki. Do you need to set those groundworks to where Boruto's going to be like, I need to wait out 5 minutes before I can relax, kind of thing? Like, you need to set those time intervals if you're going to go that route. Because otherwise, you're just cherry picking when he can and can't do it. And there's, like I said, and even if you want to play that game, it's like, man, in the Ishiki fight, Boruto, I don't think Boruto activates his full Karma 1, but let's just say he activates Karma 1 when he teleports Ishiki. They go on to have that entire fight. He doesn't use Karma ever in that fight. So you've got Naruto Sasuke versus Ishiki, and Ishiki breaks Boruto's arm, burying mode, all that shit. Momoshiki still takes over. He just does. In fact, Momoshiki took over without even activating Karma, seemingly. He just took over base Momoshiki because he had the Byakugan blink thing and you couldn't see Karma, and that's the eye that has the Karma on it. You couldn't see. So he might have done that. But regardless, like, Boruto hadn't been using Karma. It wasn't like the Code arc where he was in the middle of him using Karma. Or even the Boru fight where he got knocked out of Karma for like a couple minutes or whatever. It's like, if he can do that, I'm sorry, bro. He should be able to do it, especially with the Jura invasion one, because Boruto's Karma resonated with Kawaki in Chapter 9. He gets knocked out later, not like 10 minutes later. That's like the Ishiki situation. He should be able to take over. He just should. The only reason he wouldn't is because Momoshiki is despairing. But then Momoshiki's being stupid as a villain, being a bad villain. If he's just so depressed that he can't take over when he had the opportunity. I don't know. I don't like it. It's already ruined.
So ruined.
Because if Momoshiki's scheming something, whatever. But what plan does he have that makes it better that he didn't take over in Chapter 13? Like, why not? He could have taken over, one shot off guard Sarada and Himawari, and GG, Boruto is despairing. It's like, it's that easy.
Exactly.
So I don't care what he's cooking up. It's not as good as what he could have done.
So I also say here, a lot of this we already covered, but also, why was Boruto afraid to use his Karma? Koji in specific told him to fly away the moment it activated, when he was like fighting Kawaki in the village there, implying Ten Directions knowledge from Koji's end. But
yeah, exactly. You said you're going to lose control.
Exactly.
That's what he foresaw.
Since Koji would see that Momoshiki's clearly not interested in taking over Boruto at all in any future, why nerf Boruto by pretending like it's a problem?
But then that gets into the, okay, is Momoshiki just lying? It's like, okay, we don't hear Momoshiki's tone. Is he just going like, oh, poor me. I'm just so depressed. I just can't take over your body. Oh, golly, I wish I could just die. Like, how is he talking? Does it actually sound sad, or is he talking like that? Is he being sarcastic? Like, that's the problem.
So, the thing with 10 Directions, if you like the whole destiny thing that they're doing, that the future, you can pave your path or whatever, and make your own choices in the present to define what happens next, etc., the battlefield of destiny, of fate, whatever there. That doesn't apply to the past. In this recent chapter, you learn, assuming that Momoshiki's tells the truth, that Momoshiki has been depressed. So back in chapter, what was it, 9 or so?
Maybe, okay, what if in that possible future that Koji saw, Momoshiki wasn't depressed?
But that's not the case.
It's not a choice.
That's not... If they're going with possible futures, then I don't think that was a possible future at the time.
Yeah.
Because
But you could just argue. See,
got this a lot.
this is the problem. The problem with Two Blue Vortex when we discuss all these things. Because we've had too many of these situations. You could definitely argue that just suggests Momoshiki's lying. And I'm gonna want that, obviously. But with how many ridiculously bad things they've done, I can't confidently say that, actually, when it very likely might just be bad writing retcon nonsense.
That, I feel like that's a lot of the problem with like Rudo and Jonathan Oliver and Mamba. They feel like the story.
Assume the theory's true.
They assume the story can't be bad. And so they go with whatever explanation is given at the time, no matter how nonsensical, and they use that to debunk us.
Well, exactly. And I was having this discussion in my Discord at a point where I asked him, Greffer there, and we're going back and forth about the Otsutsuki thing. It ended up becoming a side tangent. But at one point I asked him, I was like, do you think Boruto being 100% Otsutsuki makes sense? He answered yes. And I was like, okay, I can already see why we're never going to agree. Because you're looking at the series' explanation saying this is the explanation and just taking at face value. I'm saying the explanation didn't make sense in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah, so you get
like,
exact
that's why we're not going to agree on this topic. And then we debated on the whole Otsutsuki thing for like ever.
In fact, I like the way you said it there. The way you said it was different from how I said it. So at the very least, there's two different ways of saying it out there now. But yeah, I completely agree. But it feels like so possible futures are determined by choices, which would be determined by, I guess, the person's like mental state or whatever. It feels like Momoshiki has had only one singular mental state, which is just reinforced by Boruto saying, sulking as always.
But that's what's weird, though. It's like when this interaction, it's like, is Boruto, because Boruto hasn't spoken to Momoshiki in 3 years. So it was Momoshiki was obviously sulking in chapter 80. It's probably the last time he talked to him. Maybe he talked to him again in that year with Sasuke, and Momoshiki just kept sulking. And
I don't think so, because
but I guess Momoshiki was sulking all that time, that it's genuine. So it can only.
I don't think so, because what exactly did Boruto say was a timeline? He hasn't heard from Momoshiki in like 3 years, or ever since
Sasuke. Momoshiki's been silent. Okay, let me just double check.
Since what? Yeah, exactly.
What I thought it was, he was saying Momoshiki's been silent since that time he lost control in the Sasuke versus Code fight.
I thought so as well.
But unless he meant that he lost control then, and Momoshiki's been silent for longer. So let me see.
Which, by the way, can we just side note, is ridiculous. The one caveat I can give the end of the prophecy arc, Momoshiki can't take over because Boruto's not going to become depressed because of Sasuke. Sasuke is conveniently, the most convenient thing in the world, taken out of the picture. Why does Momoshiki not care? He's not even trying to make Boruto despair.
Okay.
But what did you say?
I double checked. So 2 years ago is when he lost control, or kind of lost control, but with Karma.
Yeah, 1 year into the
something
time
similar to the feeling he got whenever
out.
Momoshiki possessed me.
Yeah.
And he says that Momoshiki has been quiet for the last 3 years. Which would mean that Momoshiki's been quiet
80.
Since chapter 80, probably.
Yeah.
So when he says sulking around as usual, I think Boruto is jabbing at him in reference to that.
Mm-hmm.
When Momoshiki was throwing a fit.
That's
the most sensible thing. He's just saying, like, oh, you're still sulking, huh? But this is what's weird, though. It's like, what is Boruto saying? Something similar to the feeling I got when Momoshiki possessed me. A feeling where I stopped being who I am and started dying while still conscious and aware. So, again, this is weird, though. Is this weird recap, or is this something new? Because he says it's similar.
Exactly.
But then he goes on to just explain the feeling. This is the feeling he's explaining. That feeling is not how he used to feel, but he's saying it like.
Yeah, we have all this written down.
And then he's also
it's
saying it's possible that activating karma will cause him to emerge. It's clear that Boruto's saying this. He thinks Momoshiki is emerging with karma. Koji's dialogue would also indicate that, which makes me think that's making Momoshiki. I'm just gonna hang my. I still have problems regardless, but like if he's not lying and nothing but that's the problem. That's why it's gonna be that he's being genuine.
I mean, we've already wrote all this here. It's just a matter of whenever we get the point to say it. So, I guess continuing on with this, though, I say the karma doesn't randomly stun Boruto or anything. It makes him more powerful. So it isn't like Limited Kawaki was even going to have any chance of killing Boruto in the first place. Limited Kawaki can only kill Boruto if he's so preoccupied with karma that he doesn't even focus on Kawaki. But that doesn't make sense.
I mean, but like again, like Momoshiki has to have been trying to take over them. Like this, there's just no way around it. That's what he was doing.
But at the same time, he
Unless
wasn't. So, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. We can't just be going with Rudo or Greffer's thing of like, well, the series said it, so it has to be true, when it can't be true.
Well, but if Momoshiki was lying, then it can be there. In this case, there's still problem. Like, no matter how you slice it, it's like Momoshiki can't take over. He should have taken over when he's unconscious. Because that's where you get into the inconsistency. It's that he was trying to take over these other cases.
Yeah.
You could say he can. That's how he should be able to. The alternative is okay. He wasn't trying to. Okay, then what's up with this other scene? Is there reason for to? Is that why he didn't take over?
You cut out.
So he just was. I might have solved it. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hopefully.
You're gonna hate this. I might have solved it.
Oh no.
This is what I might have solved. So, as we know, Momoshiki was going to take over in chapter and seemingly chapter 24. Okay, he was trying to take over. Why? And then now Boruto said he feels like he's dying.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, maybe it's because Momoshiki wants. So now you're gonna ask, why didn't he take over in chapter 13? Simple. Momoshiki thought he was just gonna die. Didn't need to take over.
But also that makes sense why Koji was saying to get out of there.
Jiro was gonna kill him.
Yeah, no, that's why Koji was saying don't let Momoshiki take control. If Momoshiki takes control, he's just gonna kill himself.
Yeah,
Koji loses Boruto.
That's literally the most consistent answer, which means Momoshiki's being genuine.
Oh my god. But that doesn't make sense because that doesn't get around explaining why Momoshiki's just not able to take control when Boruto's knocked out. Unless we're gonna say it needs to be right after he uses karma, but that doesn't make sense.
No, but again, he's not trying to, because what are the two situations he was knocked out in? Jiro was seemingly about to kill him.
Oh, crap, you're right.
But that's how you get around it. He doesn't need to.
Oh my god,
that's why I'm saying I genuinely might have just solved it, and I don't like that, but like
that's actually the most consistent way.
Yeah, it literally removes the inconsistency, but that doesn't mean it's not bad.
Stupid.
It makes him a terrible villain.
I know.
He's just trying to kill himself. That's
Oh my god, literally just a platinum end kid. So stupid.
Well, I can't believe I might have just solved that.
Okay. Did you want to read your replies to the topic there?
I can't right now because I'm not with my stuff.
Okay, I'll
you can read it.
I could read them if you want me to, or we could come back to it.
Either way.
I'll just read it.
Just read it. Just because it's related.
Why didn't Boruto ask Momoshiki for help before Kawaki showed up? Why wasn't that part of the Sand Village mission plan? He already set the stage for Kawaki to kill him afterwards anyway. Why couldn't they beat Jura in this mission, but it's okay to next time? And what does Koji foresee with Boruto and Momoshiki? Momoshiki was apparently gonna blow up the planet before, and Koji said Boruto wasn't ready yet to fight Jura. Does Boruto ever get ready to fight Jura? Or is it just Momoshiki? Is Boruto talking to Momoshiki now even related to being a singularity of fate? Or does Koji know about this? Thoughts?
Yeah, so some of that might be irrelevant if my new theory about Momoshiki is true. He would be blowing up the village. He'd be just killing himself. But yeah, like again, like yeah, why didn't he just ask Momoshiki this before? Because like we already been over it, but it's like he knew going into this, they're not beating Jura. That wasn't the plan. So that whole time he's in Koji's head. The only way around it you could get, the problem with this is that it's clear that Boruto was planning on doing this anyway. But the only thing you could say is that Boruto was gonna let Koji do his thing first, like just to see. And then when he found out Yodo died, he's like, all right. But the problem is that it's clear he never trusted him in the first place because he did the Kawaki shit. Like this is what he was going to do. He's always gonna do that.
Yeah.
So it's like he's already set that up. His plan is to go there. He's just waiting as long as possible. And eventually, I mean, Kawaki was just gonna show up. Like Koji was just gonna know. So it's like this was already. So at that point, why not just do the Momoshiki? just talk to him in advance. He's planning on going anyway. So just do the Momoshiki.
Exactly.
Why did he wait?
So I had already had thoughts on a lot of the stuff you wrote, but you writing it like reinvigorated a spark in me, specifically the last part there about is Boruto talking to Momoshiki now even related to being a singularity of fate? Does Koji even know about this? In response to that, I said I was thinking the same thing. It's fine that Koji seemingly can't see Ada's Senrigan projection like Mamushi can, so he seemingly didn't technically know Ada's was watching, which is cool and smart, even if Koji can see Ada's real body using the Senrigan. Also, do we think Koji wants Ada to be a singularity / on his side because she can watch with the Senrigan? Or if he could choose for her to just not know, would he? I guess we'll answer that first and foremost. Do you think Ada is something Koji wants to be in the situation she's in? Or like, if Koji could choose, would he have her not be?
I think if he had the choice, he wouldn't have had her be in. That's how it feels when he's explaining it. It feels like it just, yeah, it's gonna happen. It is what it is. And now that she is, he's gonna try to make the most of that.
Exactly. That's what I feel like as well.
If she just did have the Senrigan, he wouldn't be stuff.
Yeah, he's making the best of a bad situation rather than trying to get Ada on his side to like take advantage of her or whatever. But yeah, I agree. Okay, but it's fine if Koji can't see Boruto talking to Momoshiki either, but Koji has 10 directions and should be able to see the outcome of this just like Ada. The question is, has Koji always seen this? Or was he shown it when 10 directions updated, but the audience wasn't? Or is he for some strange reason just not seeing it at all until it happens? I don't think Boruto doing this was him acting as a singularity of fate again to make 10 directions update again. But what do you think?
That's what it would depend on, but it would depend on like what the problem is. Well, it can't. Well, see. So okay, okay. You can see I'm really like stuck here.
Yeah.
Do you think? Let's start with this. Do you think what Koji did with Shikamaru? Well, I don't have to answer this. So it seems Koji didn't tell Shikamaru about the future. He didn't say like it's the future was gonna, but he also kind of did in ways as yeah, one. But it seems like what Koji did was this is something Shikamaru does in some futures, and he's just. Whereas what Boruto did with Walky was create an impossible.
by knowing the future. He did that.
Yeah.
Obviously, he wouldn't have done it without it. But so it would depend. The problem is that Boruto already knew certain. I mean, yeah, it could be either, because just like Kawaki, just when he says the things. So like, if Boruto is only doing this because he knows future, like even with limiters off, you mean Kawaki still can't beat Jura? Boruto knows that in the future, so now he's talking to Momoshiki, whereas if he never knew, he wouldn't have done that. But the issue is, Boruto knew those things about the future. Then you got the update from the Kawaki thing. So would Koji now see a Boruto who knows the future at the current moment?
Exactly.
Doing things with that knowledge? Does that update for Koji, or does he get no updates for Boruto's future knowledge? Meaning, that's still something he can't see.
I don't know.
It depends on how that works.
In terms of the Shikamaru thing that you said, that's interesting. I think it's the same as being able to figure out omnipotence. Shikamaru technically figured it out, but he didn't do it on his own. He still was only able to do it because of Amado, and or, if you want to say, Boruto and or Sarada and Sumire. Like, without them, Shikamaru cannot figure it out, because they basically either already have or give them information that he doesn't have. I think the same can be said about Singularity of Fate. Shikamaru's able to figure it out on his own, but only with a Singularity of Fate doing a Singularity of Fate things. If Shikamaru doesn't have or see that, then he just can never come to the conclusion, no matter how smart he is. So,
but then, if that's the case, Koji foresaw that, which means he would have had to have foreseen, himself telling Shikamaru those things after a 10 Directions update. Which means once 10 Directions update, can see, Singularity of Fate things based off the current Singularity of Fate scenario. So obviously, if he later tells Boruto another Singularity, but like, he could see Boruto's current Singularity. But if that's the case, you have to ask, why couldn't he see the Kawaki's? It depends on how far back he got his life. It's opening up a lot of cases that we just wouldn't be able to answer without Ikima explaining it, and he's not going to.
Yeah. Well, even if we get something like, let's just say Ino Shikacho, we see them in the cave, we don't know if that's something new that wasn't going to happen before, aka it's because of some Singularity of Fate action that's happening, or if Koji saw that in addition to the new things. So even once we start to get stuff like that, we don't know.
It feels implied, though, that it's like only because of the update, but it's impossible that the update's just the Jura Kawaki part, and then after that's just...
Everything,
but it seems implied that all of it's an update that either wasn't going to happen, period, or was changed. The most likely scenario is that it's changed. So, like, hypothetically, instead of having a cut on his cheek, now he has 2 cuts on. Why is it different?
Yeah.
Because some of that stuff, it's like, Susanari wasn't going to come to the village again. Like, I think it's probably that, well, something's going to be different. Kind of.
Yeah.
That would be more reasonable.
So my thing is that, obviously, Boruto hasn't gone back to Koji yet. He hasn't talked to him ever since the update. Boruto can't have any 10 Directions update Singularity of Fate knowledge.
Yeah, nothing new.
So that's not why he's doing it. So he can't be doing some impossible future to get around Koji having already seen it in whatever last update.
That's what I'm saying. It depends on whether, hypothetically, Koji tells Boruto about future thing that happens 10 years from now. That Boruto does one thing, let's just say, like, where it's year 0, year 10's worst possible future. Tells him about that. In year 1, Boruto does Singularity of Fate thing. And then Koji gets an update. Does Koji, after that update, now see Boruto doing things as a Singularity? Or does he never see Boruto's Singularity of Fate things, ever, until it's too late? Does that always happen that way? So, like, again, he just doesn't tell Boruto a new thing at all. It's still the same 10 years later future. But in year 2, Boruto does another thing. Does Koji foresee that, or does he not see it again, despite the previous update? That's the question.
So I'm gonna guess the update is based on whatever information they have at the current moment in time. So if
That's how
Boruto,
it should be, in my opinion.
I agree.
Which would mean he should be able to see this Momoshiki thing, the
Yeah,
outcome of it.
because going with your example, if it's in year 1 and year 10 is the worst possible future, and in year 1 Boruto's doing singularity fate things, then Koji should be able to, and then it gets updated. Koji should only be able to
He should at least
see.
be able to see the next singularity of fate thing that he's gonna do.
Yeah, it's based on whatever information Boruto has at the time of the update. In
That
terms of
makes
being
the
a
most
singularity
sense to
fate.
me.
I agree. Okay. So we're gonna go with that. And then the
Now, we
update.
don't know if, again, we don't know if this new thing is something that Koji saw with Momoshiki. He should be able to see it. We don't know if this was always going to be the case or if it's an update thing, but
At the
he
very
should be able to
least,
see it.
Boruto cannot be doing the singularity of fate thing because of the update. He's either doing it based on pre-update singularity of fate things, or he's just doing it because he was always going to do it.
Yeah, which it feels like he was, because it's like he did the Kawaki thing knowing they wouldn't win, and he's coming out of it just like seemingly following up on that. It's like, yeah, we were never going to win. I need your help. That's why he didn't do it sooner. Whatever. It doesn't make sense. But
Yeah.
it feels like it's just going in the same line. You just do one thing at a time.
So I'm going to guess Koji does see, at the very least, the outcome of this if he doesn't see the actual conversation itself.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Okay, let me... Why did I scroll? I immediately lost where I was. Okay, right here. Put that there. Okay, so going back to the comments.
There's a comment here.
Oh yeah, did you want to
Earlier,
read?
too.
I think you already did read. Yeah, you did read those. Okay. So how late did you want to go? It's almost 2 a.m. You can keep going if you're tired.
I'm still eating. I was
Okay.
cooking something.
So you think we'll be able to finish these?
Maybe 2:30. We'll see.
Okay. Well, probably, we'll see how we're doing on these. So here's one comment from one person that I thought we would respond to. Specifically from Lorge. Lorge, a loyal fan, as you see by the green star
Yeah, I
thing.
remember them. Yeah.
They've been here for quite a while. Shout out Lorge. I love listening to Lorge, talking to them, listening to their comments. So I had something to say on the Boruto TBV Vortex chapter 25 line reaction that we did. And what they had to say was things I somehow have to explain in relation to this chapter. Man, so I thought Lorge was a fan, but I guess he's another hater now. We're just converting them left and right like they're flies dropping out of the sky. So, to you guys, first, just to get this out of the way, I thought this was funny. I liked your response to this too. Sweat beads have a purpose. Kamui, did you know that?
Really?
They are to convey uneasiness and or anxiety. Ikimoto is very consistent. Well, let me stop him right there. I agree. Ikimoto is very inconsistent with the sweat beads. He definitely is very consistent with that. It's not unique to him. Yes, I know it's a thing in manga in general, but yeah. Ikimoto's very consistent with the sweat beads. We all agree on that.
a little too consistent with this.
Yeah. Before going on, did you want to read your response to that?
I'm trying to find it.
Oh, I got
I'll
it right
just
here on my
use
screen.
yours. Oh my god, not the sweat beads. He's missing the point. Yeah, they are there to convey a purpose. The problem is when they're there nearly every single panel. That takes away the meaning of the sweat bead or that uneasy moment. If every moment is uneasy, the actual uneasy moment doesn't feel special. We don't think, wow, Sarada feels uneasy here, because she always feels uneasy, apparently, and same with every single character 24/7. She way overuses the sweat beads.
Shout out The Incredibles. If everyone's super, no one is.
Exactly, or it's another example. birthday cake. If you have cake every single day of the year, birthday cake is no longer birthday cake. It's no longer special. It's the same thing you have every day of the year. You've taken away that.
Let me go a step
birthday
further.
moment.
Let me go a step further. Even if you somehow still think it's good every single day, it's not going to be any better on your birthday than any other random day, which takes away from the point of it being a birthday cake.
And then if you say, oh, will you make that extra birthday cake extra special? It's twice as tall. It's got extra frosting. It's blue, your favorite color, whatever. Okay. Well, Ikimono's not doing that to the sweat beads. He's not making the uneasy moment sweat bead twice as big or twice as many.
You should do that.
It's the same one single small sweat bead in the same exact spot as usual. So again, he's treating every sweat bead equally. If his sweat bead on the big moments were huge, or he's just dripping in sweat, I would say okay. That's a sweat beads, but he's just making the distinction. But when it's the same every single time.
Okay, Kamui, I genuinely don't know if this is just because it's a goofy, silly me thing, or it's because of the meme that Two Blue Vortex has been bad for so long that we're just used to it. I genuinely think I would prefer the sweat beads to just be extra sweaty in the uneasy moments than for it to just be normal.
Yeah, at this point. It would be funny. And it would also make the distinction.
The characters are just drenched in sweat, like for a single panel.
Their armpits are just stained.
You got like flies flying around them.
I mean, honestly, at this point, it's like, with how much he's done to sweat bead. Yeah.
Last thing I'll say of the sweat bead is it's not necessarily this chapter in isolation that makes it the biggest problem in the world. The reason we're making such a big deal of it in this chapter is just because it's continuing what the previous 25 chapters have been doing with the sweat beads. It's that context that makes the sweat beads ridiculous, including in this chapter.
Yeah.
That's why we're even looking at the sweat beads in this chapter in the first place.
And we also, I don't know if Kodachi was telling Ikimoto not to write the sweat beads or if he's telling him what to draw. Because to my memory, at least, nobody was talking about the sweat beads back then. I don't think the Owl arc is full of sweat beads. I don't think the Kawaki arc is full of sweat beads. Maybe I'm just wrong. I don't even think the Code arc is, off the top of my head. Maybe even not even the Prophecy arc. I'm not sure. I know it's definitely a Two Blue Vortex.
Outside of Shoujoji,
it may or may not be there in the Code and Prophecy arcs, but I really don't remember in the Kodachi part of the story.
So I personally, I think it should apply more to the heroes than the villains. But outside of Shoujoji, I can't think of a single villain that ever had a sweat bead in Naruto Next Generations.
Maybe Code in some scenes? Oh,
I don't remember. Like, maybe during the Daemon fight, I think he was exhausted rather than like an uneasy sweat bead. Well, outside of that, and like outside of
I
like,
was thinking maybe it was when Daemon was showing off his reflection and how strong he is, and Code was a bit surprised. Maybe then?
Maybe. Oh, I'll also not count Bug. And I'm not going to count Momoshiki in the final chapter since that's a not a physical Momoshiki anyways.
Right, he's not a villain anymore. He's just a depressed kid from Planet M.
Yeah, so outside of that, I can't think of a single villain. And to be fair, it shouldn't apply to the villains as much anyways, but still, in my personal opinion. But getting away from the sweat beads, the second thing that Lorge, our fan-turned-hater, has to say... If they're watching this, they're going to think this is ridiculous that I keep saying. Like, no, stop. I'm giving so much attention.
I'm a hater now. He used to comment, if I'm correct, he used to have a different profile picture. It was like Obito sitting in this pose with his like knees and he's got his arms around his knees. If I'm not mistaken, it was like a Toby icon.
I mean, for the longest time, this
and he was a nice guy who likes my videos.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is just a picture of himself, like a selfie, but it's for the longest time, as if been zoomed out.
Okay, from zoomed out, it looks like Kakashi in the sunlight, or Hokage in the sunlight or something.
Well, as it's zoomed out, I've always seen it as like just an emperor penguin.
What is it? If you can you zoom in more?
I can't. I can't. Well, I think I've looked at it in the past. I think it is just a selfie. Because he's been our fan turned hater. He just has all the spotlight right now and he probably hates it. But
So what have I done?
So okay, before even reading what this has to say, I'll give Ikimoto this. I think Chocho's design actually looks pretty good, just in general. Like outside of the one
face.
panel where it was indecipherable, which I think is what he's talking about here, yeah. Because he says it's nothing special. We just see her hair. So yeah, by the way, I didn't say it in the stream, but I did realize in like the next following panels that it was just her hair in front of her face and not her face.
Yeah,
So
but it was weird.
It was weird. I'm not gonna blame myself in the moment. Afterwards, you can say it's a problem. So especially since we're hyping it up for so long and to such a big degree, when it turned out to be a nothing burger in the end, it almost in a way takes.
Well, it is a nothing burger. We know that.
Regardless of that,
it doesn't change. That's weird. Also, what did Keto get?
Oh, hello, Keto.
I just noticed that it's been on view, but Keto.
So, Keto, what did you think of Chocho's hair interface this chapter? Of all the chapter topics, I bet that's probably towards the bottom of your list.
I honestly didn't notice.
Yeah, like I'm sure you thought I'd probably ask you about like Boruto's plan or seeing Momoshiki or sorry the Super Race conversation, but no, I'm more interested in Chocho's hair in front of her face.
Well, Keto here. Let's just get a zoomed in image real quick of Chocho's face hair. We just take a really small screenshot so that way you can like zoom in and all that.
So, Keto, since you've clearly forgotten, he'll be happy to remind you of what Chocho looked like this chapter. So, oh my god. So, what do you think about Chocho's head here?
So, like, again, I could see what it is supposed to be, and it technically, quote unquote, makes sense. But I feel like there were better ways to draw.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie.
Is it a bandana or something?
See, that's the problem, Keto. You know what it is, just like me. It's hard to see, even knowing what it is. It looks almost like a weird version of Koji's mask. Like a weird, like, thin version. Like 3 eye holes. Like an onomatopoeia to the side of it. I think these are like butterflies or whatever, but it's so... Like, that's not the shape of someone's hair. I'm sorry, this is not hair in front of her head, even if it is.
Yeah.
I mean, she can't see Moegi. He really doesn't want to see her, huh?
She's like, she wants to cover her tears.
That's just ruining her character at that point.
But Chocho aside, what else did you think of this chapter, Keto? I haven't heard your thoughts at all yet.
Was it undeniably peak?
No.
Was it the worst chapter in the entire franchise?
No.
So you're somewhere in the middle.
Wait, what is the worst chapter in the entire franchise?
Well, actually, yeah, that's a good point. If it's not this one, which one is it off the top of your head? Since you're so confident that it's not this one, you didn't say I don't know. You said no.
It has to be the one with
I need a number.
What's it called again?
I got it.
Describe it. I'll know.
That's fine.
Yodo and the other guy.
Okay, that's a fair fake.
Okay. So wait, is this the second worst?
This? I don't know. I don't think this is a bad chapter per se.
Well,
I just think it's a nothing burger, really.
How many characters need to be ruined for a chapter to be considered bad in your eyes?
I mean, any amount, really. I don't think anyone was ruined in this one. My problem with this chapter is...
Well, we have a bone to pick with 3.
I don't think... I think it's just too much focus on certain things. Like we have like I think almost half of the chapter was Sumire and Sarada confessing and shit. I feel like I don't know if I've been reading JJK and stuff, and what's his name again? The guy who writes JJK, Gege
Gege.
Akutami
Gege,
or
yeah.
something.
Yeah.
He makes like such great usage of the panels and the pages to, you know, uh to incorporate text and so on and so forth.
Bro,
So he gets a lot covered on each page.
So real quick, so
But-
Kamui, when we were reading the fan translations, it wasn't a big problem for me, especially the first time I was reading it. When I was reading it today in Viz, it's like, bro, Sarada is so unnecessarily breaking up her speech bubbles to have like
That's what I'm
3
saying, bro.
words per
Yeah.
bubble. It doesn't even make
Yeah.
sense.
They have
But-
these so many unnecessarily awkward, weird pauses where it's just like, I went to the store to buy
I'm telling you,
one
Ikimoto
bottle
is just
of
trying
orange
to fill the page quota,
juice.
bro. That's what I think he's doing.
But again, some of this stuff doesn't need to be done that way. Again, you don't need to have the 3 separate bubbles in the 3 corners of the page. Just do one sentence in one speech bubble or 2 speech bubbles, whatever it is. Just make it a normal sentence. You don't need to break it up into 30 speech bubbles just to have more dots. Like,
It's just like she says things, and you know it's not really like people speak like this where they're kind of jumbled. They're trying to say something,
But that doesn't
don't-
apply
it
to
works
some
in
of the
some
things
of the
here.
scenes. Yeah,
It works,
1 out
yeah.
of 30, but 29 of
But-
them, it's
but-
just weird.
I just feel I feel like it's a monthly manga, bro. So like just get it over with. I don't know.
He
I
has
don't
a
know.
whole month to make sure that the dialogue is in normal sentences.
Yeah. Yeah, if it wasn't a monthly thing, bro, I feel like it would be fine. But to wait a month for half the chapter to be rehashing Sarda's feelings, which we already went over in the prior chapter,
Yeah,
again,
it went over in your
it's
least favorite
just-
chapter.
it just feels like bro is just padding time. I don't know.
Like
Do you even
here,
think about
that's what I think.
here's
what's
probably the
hilarious?
worst.
We're so
the
used
worst
to
thing.
the recap. We haven't even complained about the fact that this is recap. We've been
like,
complaining about everything else it ruined.
Like, this is all-
It's beyond recap. It's recap and retcon.
exactly. I'm sharing my screen. This is all one sentence here. This doesn't even make sense to have dramatic pauses in it. But spending energy obsessing over such things made me a complete loser. It doesn't
Okay,
work.
so I'm fine with some of these, but the one that is really stupid are the middle two. Spending energy obsessing over such things should just be one speed bubble.
Exactly. There's no way the anime can do a dramatic pause there. It's like it feels like they're trying to stretch this out to last the chapter.
Yeah, because Ikimoto can't think of anything.
He doesn't know a way to make
It
this
needs a hiatus, bro.
naturally this long.
But I
Another
feel
one.
like,
Every
like,
month,
they
every
could've-
month we need a 3-month hiatus.
they could have had in the hospital scene with Sakura, because she said something about the trees are draining the person's chakra or something.
That's a
And
good point,
I
actually.
think
Don't even get
Fuck
us
you, Mom, or whoever it
started.
was who argued.
And-
She
and
does
Sarada
know about
walks
the
in,
trees. That's how
and
she has
she
to know what
hears
she's
it.
doing right now.
No, what I'm saying, like they could have had like Sarada thinking about, maybe my father's in trouble or something. Like just like acknowledge
maybe
it, or
more like her
maybe
husband.
Sakura. Yeah, but even if Sakura doesn't know, Sarada is in the room. She hears this, and there's no reaction to it to say concern or anything. It's just like, oh, okay, oh, Sumeri, let's go outside. I'm like, we can talk about different things, like let's get the reactions from the characters to what's happening, let's get some more interactions between, Himawari and Boruto or something. But it's just like the entire chapter, it's just recap between Sarada and, Sumeri for some
Bro.
reason. I don't-
It
So I have
I
3
don't know.
things now.
okay.
Okay.
And
one,
also, by
first-
the way, we also got recap between Himawari and Kurama,
Yeah.
restating something they already said in chapter 8. It's like it's just recap after recap.
Well,
I don't know
actually,
what's
that's
going
the
on.
third time they said that.
That's
but
even
ignoring that-
worse because they're doing like they're recapping what they literally had just said. Let's
Yeah.
see, where is it? Right here. Yeah, I think it's this page. Yeah, okay, it starts on the previous page. So Kurama says, "Your chakra, accomplished all through chakra control. Better control than your average shinobi." Himawari responds, "I am a ninja." "No, you don't understand a thing. You are no ordinary shinobi." And on the previous page, Kurama had already said, "You don't understand it. You don't get it at all."
Yeah, he's just like saying the same thing over and over again.
Exactly.
I
He's
don't
like,
know, bro.
Kurama's
The
like,
dialogue in this chapter is just, I don't know, man.
"You don't get
It's
it.
not just
You're
this
not a
chapter.
I don't
shinobi.
know, bruh.
I'm a shinobi. You don't get it. You're not a shinobi." Like, bro.
This is Dora the Explorer. Like, swipe for
I
no
don't know what's
swiping.
happening.
Swipe for no swiping. Swipe for no swiping. Like,
Oh no.
I feel like,
real
I don't know.
quick.
I don't know.
Going back to the Sarada thing. Go back to that. So, okay. The first will be the in fairness. Sarada, we don't see her in the room at the first shot. She might have just walked into the room, and so she just hasn't heard. She just doesn't hear Sakura say these things. She just walks in right after that. So because
I think
of
she
that,
walks
doesn't
in,
know. Okay, never mind.
prior
I didn't
page.
hear there.
She
Oh,
walked
fuck
in
you,
the-
Sarada.
No,
Okay, well, now I
okay.
can say the funnier thing. I already forgot the funnier thing. Shit.
Well, I'll say something.
Oh,
real
no,
quick.
I remember now.
Okay.
But to be fair, Keto, yeah, you can say there's no way. But what if Sarada still hasn't figured out that Hidari's her dad?
That does what?
Definitely
I mean,
Boruto outright
there would
say
be
you
this.
know it
consistent.
sounds crazy, but keep in mind, Boruto explained it to her in chapter 6. Then everyone says Sasuke was in the village. She's like, "Who are you?" Then Konohama's like, "Are you connected to Sasuke Uchiha?" She's still like, "Who are you?" Can't figure it out. So
True.
perhaps she still hasn't figured it out.
True. The only issue is chapter 12, where Boruto outright says, "That guy is Sasuke, by the way."
He basically already did that, and she could figure it out.
Same with Konohamaru. So
True.
yeah, but
You know, honestly, she probably wasn't listening to Bork to say she's gawking over how hot he is. Think about, oh, can I become Hokage when I have a boner for him? But she's not even thinking about Sasuke.
yeah, but
what I
not
find
not
funny?
trying to use her powers. You know, until the Sand mission when Boruto's not there.
But she's going to use it for Boruto,
Yeah, poor
who's
Boruto.
not there. To save Yodo.
Just not
from
in front of
Shinki.
Boruto. Poor Boruto.
Yeah. She doesn't want him to
my
see it.
God. Damn.
But not Yodo!
Who, you know, wants Sarada to act like a Hokage and not do it for her family and everyone else, but for specifically only Boruto.
But I don't know. I feel like that. Don't
Like a
you find
Hokage.
that entire convo weird? Because in the chapter with Yodo, the entire thing was that
Well, yes, so
wasn't
we do
it
find
wasn't
it
the
weird.
it was the
Just
entire thing
going over
about
it.
her not just doing it for Boruto, but for everyone else and protecting her
The
friends and
opposite.
people.
That's what it
And
should
then in
have
this
been.
chapter,
Yes,
she
the
says that
opposite.
she has to do it for
No,
Boruto. Isn't
Keto.
that like,
Keto. Earlier on
I
this
don't-
stream, I translated the raw Japanese. She's saying it's fine if you don't do it for everyone else's sake, and you do it for that special someone's sake instead. Only them.
So I get-
what?
Yeah.
It's no in
Yeah.
every version. There's also another translation. It says the same thing as Oodie. Viz's translation words it slightly differently, which Yoda's just telling her you can only use it for Boruto. But and then what does Sarada do? Not that. So as you can say, okay, Sarada's just doing the opposite of what Yodo says because F Yodo, right? Okay, whatever. But then she follows it up in this chapter saying, just wanting to help Boruto gives me all this strength, and now I feel like I can become a Hokage. Well, that's implying what she did against Ryu was for Boruto, who's not there, and he's no more relevant to this than anyone else. Yodo and Araya are the most irrelevant people. Like, she's saving Shinki.
Yeah.
And
But-
a Team 7. She's saving Mitsuki's life. Araya's life. Boruto's not even there. She doesn't know he's gonna be. Doesn't even know that he knows about this mission.
But Kito, this hospital scene is just, it feels like Ikimoto's just spitting in our face. We have Sarada and Sakura, who with the Byakugo seal in full view, not covered by her hair or anything, on the same page. And Sarada chooses to bring Sumire away to go talk to her privately, separately. They're in the same room together, Sarada and Sakura, talking about the Shinju. And they don't say a single word to one another.
Does Sarada know that's her mom? Is that part of Ada's omnipotence too?
That was possible.
No, man.
It really feels like it.
Did Ada role reverse Sarada and Sumire's parents as well? No.
The only thing I'd assume, I'll just assume that Sakura has no idea that Sasuke is a tree. I'll just assume.
Which is
that's-
ridiculous.
It's
That
ridiculous.
Sarada just hasn't told her. It's not like it's public.
Not just
information,
Sarada.
right?
Well, it basically is public. Ino, her best friend, hasn't told her either then.
Doris
Yeah.
Konohamaru or Shikamaru.
It's possible. It's possible. You know, she's not like an active ninja and shit. You know, they probably kept it
Yes, she-
confidential.
Okay, just because she's in the hospital doesn't mean she's not like.
You realize
active.
she owned the hospital since like Naruto the Last. She owned the hospital when she left it in Naruto Guide. It's not like she's the only hospital worker here. It's at a time of
Yeah.
peace. Who else is even in this hospital but Moegi?
You know, the old, sick people.
Shizune
old
can do
age.
it.
Exactly.
She's almost as good as her at it. Did you see what Shizune did to save Neji in part 1?
She can.
Yeah.
She
She's
doesn't.
only gotten better.
I know she
No, they
destroyed her
have a
house in
lot of
Naruto
people
Gaiden,
they-
but she doesn't live here. So
Yeah.
she can leave.
Yeah, they have other people. I think they showed them in the movie.
Exactly.
well.
Does Sakura even know Sarada has the Mongeki?
Of course
So
she doesn't. Of
What
course she
does
doesn't.
Sakura know?
Man, that could be something that they
Nothing.
could talk about. Or, the Sarada Sumire drama. Maybe she could get some advice from her mom, who probably could give her something to help her out there. But no, I guess not.
Oh man.
Not
It's
even a
chocolate.
hi, mom. They can't even acknowledge the fact that they know each other here.
I don't know. Like it's just
I know
some,
Moegi is
some
giving
simple
Sakura more
interactions.
attention than Sarada.
You know what? I'm genuinely curious. Would a Two Blue Vortex fan have any idea who Sarada's mom is?
No, if they don't know if they weren't told by other fans, they wouldn't know. Like if you have a Two Blue Vortex only fan who's just not on Discord, Twitter, YouTube, whatever, they don't know. They don't even look alike.
Yeah. Let's say they're a Two Blue Vortex only fan, and they're a hyper fan. They know everything about Two Blue Vortex. So that means they would know Sakura's name and Sakura's character as it is in Two Blue Vortex. Obviously,
Do they know
Sarada,
Sakura's name? Is Sakura's name ever said in chapter 14? I don't think so.
that maybe they don't know Sakura's name, but let's just say they recognize the character design. For hey, this is the girl from chapter 14. Oh, whoa, she's back.
Yeah.
I guess they just don't know.
Hospital girl.
It's
The
the mom.
nurse. Yeah.
There's no way they would know.
Yeah. So much for the parent and child theme.
You know,
Mm,
the parent unconditionally believes in their child.
Like did
Apparently
Ikimoto just forget that middle word? Is it parent or child? Is that the theme now?
Did he forget who the parent of the child is? Did he think it is Karin?
Exactly.
Crazy. Oh my god. But Keto, there were other things in this chapter too, such as Boruto and Momoshiki. Hey, what did you think about that while I go to the bathroom?
I mean, it's okay.
Well,
Uh,
why isn't it undeniably peak?
I mean, I thought it was gonna be a bit more, bit more grand, bit more
Well,
something. But
what
it
do
was
you
okay.
dislike about it?
I don't dislike it. It's just meh to me.
So you don't dislike Momoshiki being so depressed and giving up and wanting to just die.
Not, yeah. You see, the reason why I'm not really upset by it because I don't believe it.
I don't
I don't
either.
I
However,
don't believe it. I know
I have
he's
I
cooking something.
I cracked the code earlier this stream before you joined, and you
Yeah.
might have to believe it. But so I'm gonna ask you then: if you don't believe it, he actually is still trying to take over and all that. Doesn't want to die. Why didn't he take over when Boruto was knocked out in chapter 13? Karma had been
It's
activated recently
I
with
will
the Kawaki
say
resident.
it's probably he can't do it as easily
Why
as
not?
before.
Why
Yeah,
not?
maybe Boruto is just stronger now. He can resist him. His energy is just stronger. Who knows? I don't know.
If Boruto's that much stronger than Momoshiki, then
Hey,
Momoshiki's power is not doing anything.
if Boruto in base is doing what he's doing, he's definitely stronger than Momoshiki. But it's
And
more like
Momoshiki's power doesn't actually matter. It's giving you a 1% boost.
not really a 1%. I would say like it'll be like a 50% boost. Yeah. It could be that way.
If it was a 50% boost to his power, Momoshiki would have to be at least he has to be half as strong as Boruto.
Yeah.
Do you
That
believe
that would
that?
it's possible. It's possible. Like if it's like
Face
a difference.
Momoshiki.
Maybe it's like if it's like a difference between like Jigen level and Momoshiki level, right? There's like a gap there. So it's like, do you
God, if
think
you
there's
Well,
like
ask
a
Rain.
50% gap
Arma 2
between them?
Jigen versus base Momoshiki. I'm thinking more than double. Not to use Melo's meme, but Momoshiki was running from Naruto.
Well, that's true. That's that's assuming. I believe at least this is like Fuse Momoshiki level power that he has. So I'll put him like
I
Naruto
mean,
level,
even then,
but he's
with
still
how
weaker than
Jigen did against
Naruto.
Naruto and Sasuke,
Yeah, he's still weaker, but yeah, you know, it's like I don't believe like Jigen is like uh 200 times stronger than Naruto or some shit. He's stronger. He's not that stronger. So
Well,
it's
let's
like
ask you this, because if we don't have to get into it too much, we can just ask. Do you think
hmm.
Boruto is stronger than Karma 2 Jigen? Or do you think he's only stronger than base
Um,
Jigen? Maybe even Karma 1?
he has to be stronger than Karma Jigen.
Why does he have to?
Because if you believe Code is stronger than Jigen, I
What if
think Boruto
Code's
is stronger
only
than
stronger
Code.
than base Jigen and not Karma Jigen?
I don't think they would only count base Jigen. I don't think Amado would only factor in base Jigen in his analysis. He would use the full power version of him. So
However, if you do base Jigen, it makes
mhm.
the power scaling make a lot more sense.
True, but it could also be the case. It, it depends. I've always gone around. Is it a Jigen without the tentacles or Jigen with the tentacles?
I
That's
mean, I've
another
always
way
said the
to do
ten
it.
tails was just stamina. That's all it actually does in the grand scheme of things. It just
I
made
mean,
Jigen last longer.
is it though really?
I mean,
Based on what we
Yeah,
V2.
know,
because that's the reason Jigen needed it. Ishiki had too much power. Jigen wasn't
but
lacking in power. He didn't go to the Tentos because he needs power. He didn't
it
because he had too
depends.
much power. He needed
i-
to last longer.
If you look at it this way, because power also equates to stamina. So it's like if
Yeah,
he
because
has
karma makes
power,
no sense, though, Keto. So we have to use the nonsensical karma explanation. So
but there's an
Jigen, not the monk, needed more stamina so that Ishiki's power could not corrode his body as quickly. That's what it is.
but then he's going to take more power from the Tentals to convert that power to stamina. Why not just take Ishiki's power and convert that power to stamina?
Because
it's
Ikimoto doesn't know what he's doing.
that's why I think there's
But
another
to
way
be
to look
fair,
at it.
though, to actually
Because
be fair, you could just, this is how I would argue it in a way that make it not stupid. Karma overlays the body. It's on the outside. It's like the outside force pushing in. Whereas what Jigen does with the tentacles, he absorbed it into Jigen internally. So it's probably a thing to where the karma, since it overlays it, he can't just put it inside Jigen like that. He just can't. It's not an option. It's overlays or it's not there. Whereas the tentacles, he can absorb it into Jigen's natural stamina pool. That's probably the reason.
Kamui, I have a really
I-
dumb theory, Kamui. What if Jigen's nuke jutsu, that's not something he can do. That was just all of the raw Tintel's chakra he absorbed, and he just like lost it from trying to do that jutsu.
Okay, that's actually really funny. What I thought you were going to say though originally was the nuke jutsu. That's not Ishiki. That's not karma. That's monk Jigen's.
disability.
that's crazy.
That's like one of like the Chiriku and Asuma's jutsu.
But here's how I see it, right? I think there's a way that makes sense. Because if you look at it this way, Jigen can't use Ishiki's power because it erodes his body quickly. So what he does instead is use the Tentacle's power, right?
But that's not what he did.
No, because no, not really. Because you don't because guess what? If he goes to look at it this way, we know for sure that when Jigen went to the Tentacles dimension and he absorbed the Tentacles chakra, what happened? He powered up into his karma state. Why did that happen?
That's already weird,
Well,
but there are
so
explanations you can give.
not really. It's not weird if you look at it this way. Why did that happen? Well, he's absorbing the power of the Tentacles and it's going into his reserves. And we know that the karma state is a higher state of power. And if he's powering up into that form due to the Tentacles chakra, that means the Tentacles chakra is affecting his power. Now, also, if it is the case that he can't use Ishiki's power because it's too strenuous on the body, it would make sense to use something that he can manage, which would be the Tentacles power. So, in essence, it would go like this. So
okay, now I've
Jigen,
got two problems. Okay, hold on. I've got two problems. One, I think it only makes sense for the karma to spread like that. Definitely putting it into the.
wait, you're cracking up.
Cutting up.
Oh my god. I have two. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have two problems. One, it only makes sense for the karma to spread
I knew that was
the
gonna happen.
Tentacles chakra. Oh my god, dude.
It's the same spot again, which is crazy.
Yeah. Okay, so I have two problems. The first is that it only makes sense for the spread if resin.
Bro, what
No way.
that's
No way.
so crazy. It's the same
That's
spot again.
insane.
Oh my god, I'm
That's
switching mics for a
crazy.
second.
You know what, Kamui?
That's
I'm just gonna
crazy.
make the stream yard in advance.
No, hold on, can you hear me?
Yeah. Until you start
Okay.
talking again. Go ahead.
I'm gonna lose my voice just trying to explain this. So I have two problems. The first is that it only makes sense for the karma to spread. It's like resonating with, because we know he's not filling the karma with. I almost forgot the second thing. Because figure out. What did you say again?
So, Kamui, I'm just gonna put the stream yard in chat, and you
distract me. Hold on. I need to.
No, the thing is,
Alright.
we we can barely hear what you're saying. So
Yeah, we did not hear your first point. I'm just gonna say that. So so I put the StreamYard in chat for you. That's it. Worked last time. Oh my god. Okay. Hell.
Well,
There
yeah,
we
go. Okay, that is so
Okay,
annoying.
Keto joined the StreamYard. I'm gonna just deafen on the Discord. That's so stupid. Oh my god. So his
Keto joined StreamYard.
he did?
No, I said Keto joined StreamYard.
Okay.
where's the link?
I put it in general chat.
General. Okay.
Yeah. And then I guess I'm gonna leave the stage because we don't need to be here. Okay. And now we just wait for Keto. This is so stupid, Kamui. Why does Discord do this? It's so annoying.
I don't know, bro. I agree.
It just somehow works on StreamYard.
Trying to figure out what the second point was now. I got so distracted.
I mean, to be fair, Kamui, it's been cutting out a decent bit for the whole stream for the most part. But it's been doing that like every stream. So StreamYard might just be the way to go.
So annoying.
Yeah. Is Keto not joining?
I don't know.
Okay, well.
It's just Adam in chat, maybe.
Keto, you joining? Oh, there he is. Okay.
Okay.
So Keto.
Yeah, what were you saying?
There he
Can you
is.
hear me?
Yeah.
About the 10 tails?
Also. Yeah.
I don't even want to say the first point anymore, so I just gotta figure out what the second point was. I gotta rehear what you said.
Oh, your mic sounds so different without Chris. It's so funny.
Oh,
Oh my god.
At least it doesn't cut out.
what's it? The second point?
Well, I don't remember what it was, so I need to hear what you said again.
Well, we don't know
okay.
what the first point was either, to be fair.
So in a sense, so I believe that he took the chakra from the 10 tails, and that is what powered him up into the karma state. And also, the reason why is because he can't use Ishiki's chakra because it erodes the body quickly.
Oh,
So he
right.
uses
I remember the
something
second
less
point. Okay,
powerful.
I remember the second point now.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first point, fuck, I'm doing it again. It doesn't make sense for the karma to spread unless it like resonated with the 10 tails chakra, because we know he wasn't filling the karma with chakra because it had too much chakra, not too little. So he doesn't need more. So it just has to be like a resonating effect that was happening there. The second point is, so Jura of that 10 tails is the strongest thing in the whole planet history of the world, apparently. Strong as Shibai, the worst possible future. Yeah, actually, no, the worst possible future isn't Shibai, it's Jura. So he's strong. If Jigen can't handle that,
If Jigen can't handle,
Jigen should be able to handle that shit.
what do you mean?
Naruto thinks Jura's stronger than Ishiki. There you go. Why can he handle Tensei's chakra?
Well, the thing is, yeah, of course, the 10 tails kind of evolved and shit, with codes and Ishiki's chakra and Shibai's,
Well,
claw
but
marks and
let
shit.
me stop you right there, Keto. The 10 tails evolved. The 10 tails' chakra didn't.
Yeah,
Jura
but
doesn't even
that
use the
that
claw.
actually supports the idea because this was before, so it would that actually does make sense as to why Jigen could use it because it hadn't evolved as yet. The chakra was still the normal 10
So
tails
you
chakra.
think codes, claw marks, took the Ten Tails from being weak enough for weak gold Jigen to handle to becoming the strongest thing ever that apparently no one can stop.
It isn't only the Kamar, because Boruto said in chapter 6 that it's also Ishiki's essence.
Yeah. So tell me, Kino, when that's been brought up ever
karma.
again.
I mean, they don't need to bring it up again.
But they kind of do, because it was only Boruto's theory. We need to know if he was right.
Oh, you want a confirmation? Okay, I see. I guess they could do it again, maybe soon.
Well, I mean, just for comparison, we haven't heard about the Byakugo seal since it was brought up either. Is this gonna be the same thing?
That was retconned, yeah.
Well, why won't this be retconned?
I guess
they already retconned Sarada's character in the middle of the chapter. They retconned it, unretconned it, and re-retconned it.
Look, the Byakugo seal thing was a Kodachi idea, so you know.
Yeah, you know what else was the Kodachi idea? When Sumire told like Sarada, hey, I like Boruto, how do you feel? And Sarada clearly felt some type of way. And then she said, oh, I had no feelings for Boruto. Then later that chapter, Sumire's like, by the way, I knew you always liked Boruto. It was obvious. And then Sarada's like, haha, you too, girl. So you did like Boruto back then.
No, but the funny thing is that there's this panel. I don't know if you guys remember this. It was during the guy with the arc with the fat guy.
Shogoji?
Oh yeah, the one where she bites the freaking glasses and says, "Oh, Shanaru, Boruto, you're so hot. I'm Ada."
Yeah, like, did that not happen? Okay, all right, and sure.
Actually, yeah. Let me go pull that up real quick, just so everyone on stream can see what this is all about.
I don't even want to see that now.
I know you don't, but you need to.
That's crazy.
I can't wait for Jonathan Oliver to defend this one.
Yeah, okay.
Fight this, bro.
Yeah, so
fighting is crazy.
So when Sarada did this, you're telling me she had no feelings whatsoever. By the way, this is before the Sumire conversation.
Hey, is something on the screen?
Here, I'll share my screen on
Discord chat.
Yeah, it is there,
but Discord. I see.
I don't know how to put it on StreamYard. So.
I'll just share my screen on StreamYard as well.
I love Undisputed Rudo. Sakura is pretty much irrelevant in the story. That's our complaint.
We agree.
That's why we're talking about it. Okay, I'm gonna have to walk away because with StreamYard, if I walk upstairs to my other mic, it's gonna sound like there's a volcano. So
you're not wrong. Oh my god. Rudo, I would love for you to come on stream and tell us your opinion on Sakura, if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't have to be now if this is catching you off guard. Not that we haven't talked about it in the past, but whenever you want to, I would love to talk with you about it on stream. But I leave it up to you. Anyways. Oh. Hello, Rudo. We have Rudo here. What do you think about Rudo and his opinion on Sakura?
On Sakura?
Yeah.
Is she relevant in the story? I mean, she has some relevance. She is in the chapters, I guess.
So, what if I told you? Me and Rudo have been text debating in the Walky Talky Discord chat about Sakura for the past several days.
What could you possibly be talking about in regards to Sakura?
Well,
for 7 days.
Whether or not she's good.
Okay.
Well, before then, I have a quick question for you. Are Shinjutsu are Shinjutsu a type of jutsu?
What?
Can you just
What?
answer that for me? Yes or no? Are Shinjutsu a type of jutsu?
I mean, yes.
Would you say anyone who disagrees is wrong and stupid? After having lots of explanation, by the way, showing panels, translating the meaning of the words, showing Ishiki calling his Shinjutsu a jutsu, would you say anyone who disagrees with that is kind of dumb?
Just
say your
who
personal
we're talking
opinion.
about, but I guess maybe.
Well,
guess so.
give us your honest thoughts. Yes or no? Would you,
I guess they are wrong.
personally believe
They
that?
would be wrong. Yes, they would be wrong.
Well, would you say they're stupid? And your honest opinion, unfiltered.
I mean, if they've read it,
like if you argue with them for 3 hours about it, and you kept proving why they're obviously jutsu, and they just could not believe it, what would you say?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Everything is jutsu, bro. Everything is jutsu.
Well, what if I told you that Rudo doesn't believe that Shinjutsu are a type of jutsu? As well as Jonathan Oliver. Who's actually the reason that started. Here's who I argued first.
I mean, some people still can't believe that the karma is a Shinjutsu for some reason. So
even though it's directly stated,
even though like outright stated to be a Shinjutsu in the manga, but
But hopefully Rudo, who is in the stage, muted, can tell us his opinion on that.
By hitting the unmute button.
And talking. But while he figures that out, I guess we could go back to the comment section. By comment section, I mean the thing that we really need to make some work on here. So point 3 from our hater Lorge. Keto, I was wondering if you would like to read point 3, which begins here.
What's point 3?
Well, I was
can
hoping
argue
you could tell me.
don't like Sarada's arc here. It does make perfect sense. And it's very consistent with the rest of the manga. Not the anime, mind you. Also, why the hell would she mention Naruto in this conversation with Sumire? Kamui.
Yeah, I never said to do that.
Kamui.
I think you directly
yes,
responded to that in the text thing, right, Kamui?
Probably.
I don't know which one, but let me just control F.
One of the many.
It's definitely somewhere.
I
don't know where though.
Where is it?
We definitely added a lot. Might even be that one. Maybe it's not one. Oh, this right here. Please, Kamui, take it away.
This guy didn't listen to the Naruto point. That wasn't even a complaint about the chapter. I was just saying that the emphasis of this chapter, and really every TBV chapter, is that our Mangekyo was all about Boruto and not Naruto. It was just saying that Oodie wouldn't like that.
So, okay.
I didn't say she should have mentioned Naruto. I'm saying that because she didn't mention Naruto, like ever in TBV, it is implying the Mangekyo is all about Boruto and not Naruto, which Oodie will not like to hear.
So,
I would say.
On that, Kitamaki, I'm curious. What do you believe, percentage-wise, if you had to give a weighting or a leaning to the reason that Sarada awakened her Mangekyo between hearing about Naruto dying and, just Boruto having, like, omnipotence swap or whatever? What would you assign the percentage?
You did that as disingenuously as possible, and I can't wait for him to still choose Boruto as the main factor.
I mean, it's obvious. I mean, Boruto is like 90% if you're being honest.
Okay.
Despite the emphasis, he still says 90. I think that proves the point. Like, and again, Oodie, I preferred Naruto for this, but with how much TBV is only emphasizing the Boruto stuff, it just looks that way. I'm sorry.
They did mention Naruto once because they showed the panel about
Well, yeah, I mean, Sarada mentioned she wants to be a Hokage like Naruto, that Hokage who treats everyone in the village like family and doesn't just pick one single favorite person to only protect with their powers and ignore everyone else. That Hokage. That's who Sarada wanted to be like.
That was literally
her
part 1 narrative. Exactly. This chapter reinforced the fact that Boruto is a new thing to Sarada, that she has new feelings on Boruto and becoming Hokage in relation to that. That it's new to her.
She only now thinks she can become Hokage, even though she was yelling at Shikamaru about how she can become Hokage in Chapter 1, and yelling at Kawaki about how she's going to become Hokage in Chapter 4, which was like 3 days ago.
Hey man,
she had no confidence.
Teenager, bro. She's
remember when she yelled at Kawaki in Chapter 78 about becoming Hokage too? Yeah, she wasn't confident.
Sarada has been saying this since like she was like 8, bro.
Just ridiculous. But speaking of ridiculous, back to Lorge's comment here. He has nothing to do with the discussion, but please, Kilo, take it away.
He has nothing to do with the discussion, which is about their feelings for Boruto. Honestly, it's pretty embarrassing that you guys just misunderstand entire conversations and then decide it doesn't make sense.
So, real quick, honestly, Elder J, it's pretty embarrassing that you completely misunderstood our entire conversation and then decided our conversation didn't make sense.
I can't believe you would add that unnecessary tidbit at the end that was only meant to be mean to us. It's not even true. Did you have a text point specifically on that or no? I don't think you did, but maybe you did.
Well, I had plenty of text points on Sarada.
I'm gonna delete the sweaty thing. Okay, I don't think you. Okay, anyways, 4th point.
Stop taking unofficial translations so damn literally. English and Japanese work entirely differently. Please. You misunderstand dialogue all the time.
No. It's not us, LRJ. It's Viz. I love Kawaki. Inu Shikacho. Shinjitsu.
Well, also, Keto, I wanted to correct...
Powerless... I can't believe how powerlessness I feel.
Yeah, but Keto...
The translations was kind of bad this chapter. Bro.
Well, Keto, it's not that we didn't understand the fact that English and Japanese work entirely differently. It's the fact that we didn't understand that English and Japanese work entirely differently.
I didn't even see that before.
Yeah. It's an anti-rally, okay.
Yeah.
Anti-Boruto rally?
Yeah.
So... let's remember, the Viz translations are bad, as Kamui is already proven. But Keto, what are your thoughts on this topic in general?
I mean, yeah, they're pretty bad.
There you
They're pretty bad.
go.
I think the worst one was the Yodo chapter. That shit, I don't know, something. It just didn't make sense grammatically. So
Yeah. But, like, with the exception of, like, maybe I can think of a one time where it might have made the world of difference. That being said, Mitsuki saying he loves Kawaki instead of Boruto. Outside of that, okay. One word is going to be interpreted differently by two different people translating it. Sure. You're going to get the general gist and meaning of the conversation. Sure, maybe we're critiquing the specific word. We're critiquing the ideas being generally presented. And that's not going to change between translations, okay? Boruto's plan is stupid whether it's in English, French, or Japanese. It doesn't matter what translation you translate it from. It's all bad. There's no way getting around it. Like,
yeah.
so we understood the conversation just fine. But... okay, get rid of that, and actually get rid of that one, and it actually continues from there.
Whoa. Picked
Right.
Sarada saying about her goal to becoming Hokage. Is that
Well,
in the past?
becoming Hokage. Sorry, go ahead.
Becoming Hokage.
Yeah.
Is that in the past she was conflicted about her feelings for Boruto and couldn't decide whether she liked him as a friend or romantically? She thought that worrying about this distracted her from her goal of becoming Hokage.
Becoming
which
Hokage.
Becoming Hokage, okay. which
Just want to make sure we read
which
it right.
she was intent on pursuing. Now she is about her feelings.
Pursuing.
And that makes
I'm sorry.
That's crazy. Yeah. Now she's sure about her feelings, and that makes her more confident in herself. Now that she's being her true self, or whatever, she feels like she can use her power to help Boruto through his troubles. And that makes her feel more motivated to be strong. God, it's not that complicated. Laugh my ass off.
So, before anything, I want to give context by saying when this comment was made, the Viz translations were not out yet. So both the previous point and this point go together. How is he so confident that not only the unofficial translations are so wrong, when, you could just go translate the chapter yourself if you're that, sure. But also, Viz isn't out yet. We don't have the interpretation he's saying until arguably Viz comes out. At the time he made this comment, we had the one interpretation, that being the fan translations. Why would he come to this interpretation based on the fan translations?
Well, you have to understand, he did still get the correct one. You have to understand. Because his interpretation is superior to yours.
Kamui, what did you think?
I think it's because she was pursuing the goal as opposed to pursuing. And it was about becoming Hokage. So I think he read a different translation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't know why Sarada thinks she's a loser for being confused on her feelings for Boruto.
Well, you know why? I know why, Oodie. That's because she doesn't talk to her mom about feelings.
So maybe that's the conflict he's talking about. That's not what she said in the unofficial, which is what we had at the time. She said that she just doesn't care about anything at all. Sarada just doesn't care. But
just doesn't care.
But outside of that, so Sarada doesn't say she's conflicted anywhere. She says that she's confused on how she feels about Boruto, which is why she's thinking about it. And then later on, she says that she was obsessing over the idea, even though she wasn't anywhere on screen. unless you want to count the sand mission arc that lasted like 4 hours. But outside of that, I don't think this really applies. Like, yes, it's technically true based on Viz, but it's ridiculous. Because this isn't really what we were complaining about anyways. We were complaining about the nonsensicalness of her stupid Hokage retcon.
Yeah. Also, real quick, Rudo, I don't know why you won't just talk, but he says address the comment about to Shikamaru Kamui. If you mean the Shikamaru forgetting omnipotence thing, we already did it on stream. Already made fun of you. Do you want me to do it again? Fine, let's do it again. All right, Keto. Remember when Shikamaru forgot the word omnipotence? Like the word, as in nothing else.
The one single word. Well, remember when it actually wasn't that he forgot it. It was just that it was censored. Like, it was blanked out. Like, there was like a black bar over it, but it was still there.
In case you're forgetting, I'll go find it and I'll put it in chat for you so you can see the whole thing, just so you can really relish in what Shikamaru remembered. But do you remember that?
Yeah. Yes, I believe, yeah.
I mean, what do you think? What are your thoughts? Like, what did Shikamaru forget? Just the one singular word, omnipotence?
We're referring to chapter when Boruto was interrogated, right?
15, yes.
No.
14?
14?
Please tell me that was intentional.
It was, yeah.
Okay, yeah, because you're quoting mom.
Exactly, yeah.
But okay, that's funny. Well, real quick though, here I'm gonna give you a couple of panels, just to make sure that everyone's just all on the same page, because we don't want anyone to be like Rudo and just in Mamba and forget things from the chapter. We just wouldn't want that. So,
Kamui, your reaction right there made my night. That was so funny.
Which one?
When I said 15.
Oh. Okay, so I have 3 images here that I put at the bottom of chat in Discord.
Yeah.
So the first one is from chapter 7, Boruto and Shikamaru talking. Shikamaru says the whole page of dialogue. Do you remember that, Keto?
Yeah.
Okay. So now I want you to look at the second image. Or Oodie, you're sharing your screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now you see in the second image how Shikamaru remembers word for word everything except for one blanked out word from that same page. Okay? You with me so far?
Yeah.
Okay, now let's go to the next page. And after that, he questioned, what is that blanked out word that lies with Kawaki from the previous page? And then he asked, what basis do I find Boruto trustworthy? And he has the memory of deciding to believe in Boruto.
Yeah.
So Kido, did he forget the entire conversation?
All of it.
No, obviously not.
Well, Keto.
Oh, wait, it's obvious.
Keto, what you're saying is he didn't forget all of this.
No, because he's obviously remembered the conversation, right?
It's obvious, huh? Would you say anyone who disagrees is wrong?
And stupid?
And stupid? Chat, feel free to answer too. I don't see enough of you guys. I don't see enough people typing in chat. Would you say the person who thinks Shikamaru forgot all of that is stupid? Please type in chat, yes or no. Preferably type in yes, they are stupid. The full message. I'd like to see a few of those. All 15 of you watching. I should see 15. Yes, they're here. Let me help you out. I'll start. Just do exactly what I'm doing.
It is
I'll even do
officially
caps,
a
yes.
poll in chat.
Yes. And then answer the poll, too. Go on.
But Rudo, if you have any counter arguments, I would love for you to present them.
Yes, in spoken form.
Hypothetically. He was only questioning on what basis does he trust Boruto on.
Yeah. But he remembers deciding to believe it.
Like Boruto tells him like you have to decide to believe me without remembering why. Like he outright says this. I believe.
Okay. He does admit. So you agree with us. And he didn't forget major points. He forgot one point. Omnipotence, the word.
He forgets. I don't think he remembers how it works either. Like specific details.
He remembers that they affect lives in Kawaki.
He knows that something affected something. He just doesn't remember what that thing is.
Well, no, he knows more than that. He knows what that something is, and he knows how it's affected. The only thing he forgot is omnipotence. He knows the effect lies with Kawaki. And so he'd like to avoid making Kawaki feel corn again. So even he has context clues for what the blank is. Shikamaru's smart. He could probably just figure the word out.
No, because you have to remember, he figured this out before his conversation with Boruto.
Yeah.
So he figured out that Kawaki wasn't Kawaki before even speaking to Boruto. So, like, he doesn't need to forget anything from the conversation to affect his knowledge of the Kawaki situation. He already knew of that before. So I think he just has that idea in his mind that Kawaki isn't Boruto, and he has chosen to believe that, even if he forgets why he believed that in the first place. So I think that's what the last panel is showing. Yeah, for no logical reason. I have to convince myself that.
Because like you're saying, he remembers the fact. He remembers what omnipotence is. The fact that Boruto is Kawaki and vice versa, or whatever. He just doesn't know the name of the thing that's doing it.
Yeah. And he probably doesn't remember anything about, like, Ada and shit. I don't think he remembers. Like, Boruto went in detail on how it works. I don't think he remembers the exact detail of everything Boruto said about the jutsu. Because Boruto himself told him that he would forget those details eventually.
Well, at the very least, he remembered all this.
I think he has a surface level understanding of what is going on.
I mean, honestly, though, this isn't even a problem. Like, because Shikamaru never forgot that Kawaki has, like, Ishiki's powers and dojutsu and ninja tech and all that. Like, he knows he has those abilities because he's sending him on missions to use those powers. So, like, he still remembers that everything just makes more sense if you swap their positions. Who cares?
Yeah. But even then,
what's the useless power Omnipotence has?
Yeah, but that is, I think they explained those are contradictions. You're just
yeah, you don't care about the contradictions unless you're Shikamaru now. But that's my
yeah, because he now knows. Yeah, he now knows. I wonder if they but we'll see.
Okay. Well, with that being said, did we do 5? I think we did all of 5. Maybe we didn't do 5. Did we do 5?
We did.
All of it? Yeah.
Oh, no. Actually, no. The 6th. Instead of looking at.
Okay, I guess we did do all of 5. Okay, so 6.
Well, Keto or Rudo.
What?
Well, I'm really hoping you can read a specific word here in number 6.
Okay. 6 instead of looking at hyper specific details.
Well, do you want to try that word again, Keto?
I don't want to say it how he spelled it. I guess I figured out what he's trying to say.
Okay.
The herper
Is that
specific
her
details.
specific
Yeah.
details?
So Keto, you don't want to
yeah.
say herper specific.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
It's hyper specific. So.
Okay. If Keto doesn't want to say herper specific, then Keto doesn't have to say herper specific. That's okay.
Yeah. You guys should focus on the overall picture a bit more. You also make, I thought
Real quick.
this said money,
We are
but
focusing on the overall picture. Emphasis on picture of this art format manga when Matsuri's Renegade Eyes picture looks awful.
there you go. You also make many amateur manga reader mistakes and misunderstand basic manga techniques all the time. Then blame it on
What, like
Ikimoto.
sweat beads?
Yeah, he makes minor mistakes sometimes, but being a mangaka is a difficult job, so stop being so entitled. The guy is almost 50 and is drawing a manga basically by himself. Wow. It doesn't
Is
he
Day
have
Guy
like
Ikimoto's nickname?
I don't know, but I'm sure he has like 4 assistants, right? Or 3. Anyways, cut the guy some slack. Anyways, I could go on and on, but I'd rather reserve those things for another comment because this one's too long. Laugh out loud.
Well, Heller J, did you know that if Ikimoto's doing this all by himself, like he's complaining that he is, it's actually because he's greedy? Did you know that, LRJ? Because as it turns out, mangaka are the ones who decide who and how many editors they have. And the editor, what would you call it? Fund, allowance, money to go to the editors, that comes out of the mangaka's cut that they receive for making the manga. And so Ikimoto chooses how much money he wants to allocate to editors. So if Ikimoto is complaining that he doesn't have enough editors, it's because he wants more money. Kito, what do you think about that?
I guess it makes sense.
By the way,
I do believe he
Sauron
has editors.
Sauron fought me on this in the past. You know, Sauron, the expert in the whole animation field, he fought me on this. He disagreed and argued vehemently against me. Did you know that?
I had no idea.
Okay, well, likewise, did you know that in the following stream that Sauron was on, he apologized profusely because he looked it up, and Sauron was just confidently wrong. And I was right, and Sauron admitted it.
Okay.
Well, in case you didn't know that, you do now.
Yes, I do. But I mean, yeah. Ikimoto just doesn't. I think they just follow his lead, man. They just follow his lead. He has like 3 editors, so for a monthly manga, I think that's enough, to be honest.
Yeah, let's just
40
ignore the
pages.
fact that it's also monthly instead of weekly.
Yeah, you have 3 assistants for a monthly manga.
It's
You're not doing like it's just
that
you're just doing
crazy.
40 pages. Mind you, 40 pages for a monthly manga is like 2 weeks for a weekly manga, just so you know. So there you go.
Oh my god. By the way, let's just look it up just for fun. How old is Kodachi in Boruto? He's definitely not 15 or 16.
There's a Kodachi in Boruto.
Okay, whatever. Ukyo Kodachi. Let's see what it says here. I don't know how to do it because I don't think just looking up Kodachi is going to work. So is there an age?
It should work. Just type his name into the search.
Oh, we'll see.
He should be popular enough.
Kodachi Kuno! He succeeded.
I think Ikimoto has his own page as well. So.
Here, you know what? Okay, I'll just do Ukyo Kodachi. 46. Man,
He's
LRJ,
up
he's almost 50. Kodachi is. Isn't that crazy? LRJ.
Wait. Why are you talking about Kodachi exactly?
Well, because just like Ikimoto, he's almost 50.
I see.
And so Ikimoto's allowed to be bad at his job because he's almost 50. You know, just like Kodachi, who was really good at his job.
Okay, I see.
So just making sure that we're all on the same page there.
Hikimoto is the
So we gotta.
Kodachi is the youngest. I see.
But that was that comment.
Bish.
Yes. Well, if Kamui's around, we could do another comment. Or actually, we should probably just read the responses that you had. But I could probably do those.
Alright, hold on. I'm coming back here.
Okay.
Bro, I was dying laughing at the Hachi age. He's allowed to be bad thing.
Love it. I don't think you responded to that one anyway, so actually we can just move on. Okay, cool. So another comment here. So we do that one. Yeah. I don't know who did this one because I wanted to get this all in one screenshot.
It's LRJ again.
It's LRJ again?
Based
It
on the
is?
profile
Okay, yeah.
pic.
Yeah, it is. Okay. So here's another LRJ comment. It's really something. Just how much you guys misunderstand Momoshiki as a character. A, the end of part 1, not at, but A, the end of part 1.
A, that's the first point.
Yeah, he believed Boruto would die because his connections were severed.
So you see, he thought Boruto would die, and he was happy about that. You know, he was happy about Boruto dying, which would kill Momoshiki, and he said that he was his sole priceless vessel who he could not afford to lose, and he wouldn't let die. He was happy that Boruto would die because his extra connection.
Yeah, you know, Boruto who was going to die, who was going to exist at the back of the mind as Momoshiki takes control of Boruto's body forever.
And Momoshiki was happy about that, you know, when Boruto dies.
Yeah, that
again,
Boruto.
And he can't revive him again because he's dead. He's already used up his revival plan. So I fail to see how this makes the story better.
And as far as he knew, humans needed connections to others to survive. Well, no, that's literally not true. Momoshiki did not have any inkling of that idea. Well, like, Boruto's heart just physically gives out.
So I'm very curious where you got that. Like, again, you could say humans need connections to be happy or whatever. You can make that analysis, but to survive?
Yeah. Which was not their dayness, not their monthness, not their yearness, but Kamui.
Not their lack of strengthness,
but
or their powerlessness. It was their weakness, like, you know, like the weekend, the weekday, the weak.
Yeah, the weakness in his mind. However, he underestimated not just Boruto, but all of the people he's referencing, of course, their endurance, which is ninjas endure and all that, as well as Sasuke's love and devotion to his daughter.
Okay, that just wasn't in his prophecy. Bro didn't see Sasuke and Sarada.
He wasn't underestimating that. He wasn't estimating it at all. It's not part of the plan.
Yeah, it just wasn't expected.
Because, after all, Momoshiki is incapable. Momoshiki is incapable to truly understanding love.
Okay, so he truly understands love because he's incapable to truly understand love. He just have to go to cable.
Is this like sorceries
As soon as he
cables.
switched away from Spectrum, he understood.
Like, did Sasuke do his like windmill shuriken cable trick or whatever to tie him to a tree to do a
Actually-
fireball?
Does he do that? He does kind of do that. He does the wires shuriken
Kinda,
thing in
yeah.
the anime. That's how he understood love.
He was able to glimpse the future, but couldn't imagine Boruto being able to handle to hardship, nor Sasuke's rejection of omnipotence.
See, this is already hilarious, though. He couldn't imagine it. He's seen Boruto do it twice.
Sasuke also didn't reject omnipotence.
Yeah.
But we gotta look at the bigger picture and see what he really means. We know what you mean. Obviously, we know what you mean, even if we don't say it aloud. It's obvious.
Even though we never said it.
Exactly.
You and I are friends.
Even though you're a hater now. In other words, Momoshiki was only
Hey,
able
Sasuke always hated Naruto, even though they're friends.
Momoshiki was only able to see what he understood. This is similar to a concept in the Matrix
That's
movie.
not true. That's not true. He
I
didn't
agree.
understand what he saw until chapter 76.
Yeah, when he understands what Ada's omnipotence is and the love charm isn't a Shinjutsu. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that's part of the prophecy.
That's just wrong. He was able to see things he didn't understand. In fact, he made it a point that he didn't understand why it happened.
Yeah.
In chapter 67.
Yeah.
Made it a point.
Oh, but Ikimoto's heavily inspired by the Matrix movies, so actually you're wrong, Kamui, because
See, I don't
Ikimoto's
want to
inspired
watch
by
the Matrix movies as much as we should because I know they're bad. You know how I know they're bad? Because Ikimoto's inspired by it.
Okay, the funniest thing about that, Kamui, is on the last stream, Mello said the Matrix movie is by far his favorite movie of all time.
Oh, God.
He said it was like a perfect movie, that the writers must have been given the word of God to write the movie. It's like,
You know why it's
Right,
his
to get
favorite
from a
movie,
higher
though? I already
being.
know the answer. It's not because of Boruto this, Boruto that. It's because it's a simulation. I know that. He loves simulations.
Which
Stewie
just
versus
isn't the
Lois is
story.
definitely his favorite episode of Family Guy. It's a simulation.
yeah, it's like Mello just wants the Boruto story to not be on Earth anymore, and Himawari just to go planet to planet, which is not what we've got so far. That's just the direction he wants it to go in, which isn't the direction of the Boruto
He
story.
wants it off Earth. I agree.
Which is hilarious, because he wants something that isn't the Boruto story.
Yeah, but I mean, that's why do you think he loves the Toneri plotline so much? Because he's on the moon.
Yeah. It's like,
He's off Earth.
oh, why do you think he loves Boruto so much? Because it could be like the Matrix in the future. Not right now, though.
Inspired by it.
As in the first arc of Boruto, his undoing was his inability to understand and form meaningful connections, such as with Kinshiki, who he viewed as a tool for power. So whereas I understand narratively what he's saying there, I blatantly disagree. You could argue it's a nitpick. Maybe I am incorrect on this. I'm not going to die in this hill. But like, Kinshiki has to, at the very least, view Momoshiki as having a meaningful connection with him. Otherwise, he's not going to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, it's your. That's like your subjective opinion of what a meaningful connection is.
Yeah. Like, you can say he did it exclusively for Otsutsuki's Creed nonsense. I don't think that's true. I think he was doing it in addition to the fact that it's specifically Momoshiki.
Yeah, that was his lore. I mean, it's supposed. I mean, that
Yeah.
like, it's supposed to be a parent-child thing. Like, they have their version of that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I mean, Momoshiki even says it was Kinshiki's wish to be of use to me. You know who else wished that? Haku, Kimimaro. You're gonna say they didn't have meaningful connections? You might say that there's some bad aspects to them, sure, but it was pretty freaking meaningful to Haku and Kimimaro. That's how I felt to Kinshiki.
Yeah. Toxic, bad, mean, bad connections can still be meaningful. And you can argue
It's
that's just
definitely
what it is.
mean.
Exactly. Like, I obviously, I think it's fair to say Kawaki and Jigen had a meaningful relationship. That's why it hurt Kawaki so bad.
Yeah, it was meaningful how bad the relationship was.
That's why Kawaki cared. Like if they just didn't have a meaningful connection, then there just is no fused Momoshiki. Naruto and Sasuke just do beat Momoshiki. He already was defeated. That's why he absorbed Kijiki. So it was their meaningful connection that actually gave them a fighting chance, and arguably just did beat Naruto and Sasuke. It's only because Boruto was there that they even won.
But it's also only because Konosuke was there that they lost.
Well, let's also just ignore the fact that Sasuke could have used this Rinnegan. I know that you hate that scene, Kamui. I think he purposefully wasn't using the Rinnegan because he knew Boruto was there, and he was giving Boruto the chance.
No, I agree with that.
Okay.
It's that when he didn't use the Rinnegan when Naruto got taken by Momoshiki. Just absorb the jutsu. Why are you could say, oh yeah, he wants to have Boruto help save Naruto. Yeah, that's beyond stupid risky.
I mean, it is possible that Sasuke couldn't absorb a jutsu that big. After all, like, Indra's arrow, he didn't need to fire that. He could have just absorbed Naruto's 2 Rasen Shuriken nature energy things that countered Indra's arrow.
Okay, but he absorbed the chakra from 9 Biju at the same time.
I don't know. I mean, somebody did make a point recently.
But the killer bee's double tail bee's pops not that much chakra.
It was either Sage.
Like, just keep in mind, Oodie, he absorbed enough Biju chakra to equal out Naruto's all the nature energy in the area combined with KCM2 Kurama, wind-style Rasen Shuriken tailed beast bomb infused with other nature elements. 3 of them attack. Okay.
Okay.
And I know
I'm saying,
you're referencing too much energy.
Yeah, too much energy.
Nobody knows for sure what that means.
I agree.
Was it too much energy?
I agree.
For the Susanoo handle? Was he saying Naruto has too much energy? Was he saying it was too much energy to absorb, despite the fact that he absorbed it perfectly fine?
Well, actually, this one just doesn't make sense. I think this must be a mistranslation. That's a bit too much. It literally wasn't. He absorbed it.
Bro.
Well, again, though, you could say it's a bit too much for a Susanoo. You could say he's saying Naruto. That's a bit too much, like as a personality thing.
Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Also,
I don't know which
just,
of the 3 was,
by
but
the
it
way,
doesn't make sense to say too much energy to absorbing when he literally absorbs it.
Yeah, let's also just forget the fact
it has a bottomless pit as well. So it's like,
yeah, apparently the Rasen Shuriken's too much energy. Oh, but you know this Kamehameha that he can just absorb that just fine.
No, but yeah.
So still at Omada, the same
He
version.
can absorb all of Onoki's particle styles left and right.
Exactly.
He probably meant too much sage energy. I don't know, maybe.
Yeah. But Kamui, what's your explanation for the like steam that's emitting when he says it afterwards?
It's the nature energy.
Even in the anime version?
The anime, yeah. The manga it's harder to see, but it's still there.
But are
in fact, I can just pull
clouds or
here, I'll pull up the anime. But it was right there in the manga too. Hopefully this actually, because this is an edit on Facebook of all things. I don't know if you're gonna have it. But...
Crazy. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You can see the steam pretty clearly here.
Copyright strike.
Yeah, literally. Yeah.
I think it just doesn't make sense.
So my interpretation of the steam isn't the too much energy that, oh, it actually absorbed 99% because it maxed out Madara's absorption, even though I think it's fair to say there can be an absorption. I mean, after all, there is an absorption on every other absorber in all of Naruto. Delta's eyes, the movie villain with the 0 tails, etc., etc. Like, they just do this.
Talk about there. But Delta's eyes, though, that one had a specific explanation. It was a Ninja Tech storage device in her, as opposed to her body's chakra pathway system.
I agree.
It's just a different thing.
Yeah, and even then,
keep in mind, Oodie. I want you to keep this in mind. Madara can absorb the 10 tails. The Rasen Shuriken's not too much chakra. Like he was fine. He didn't have to struggle, so he can handle 10 tails plus chakra. Okay. There's no jutsu in the verse of Naruto that he can't absorb because it's too much chakra. The Tentos has more than that.
Well, that was funny. I was gonna say something even technically crazier, even though it's less funny. Madara's an Edo Tensei who can have infinite chakra.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, there's that too.
to play devil's advocate, I will say, technically, the tail beast is a separate storage. It's like it's in a separate section of the body. But when he absorbs chakra, it goes into his chakra reserve.
Sure. Well, then I'll
So,
give you this one then.
technically.
So this one was too much. But remember, this chakra was even greater than Tendil's. So when Black Setsu did the infinite Tsukuyomi chakra absorption thing to bring out Kaguya, so it took an even greater than Tentil's amount of power of chakra
Well,
to make Madara blow up.
I'll add that Keto, I don't think that's very fair to say, even though I think it's a little bit fair to say, the absorption versus tailed beast thing. Because not anyone can just absorb a tailed beast. Like, you just die from shock if you tried from a normal person. It needs to be a very specific, rare, unique individual who does it, which is why
Or
they
the
choose
more
specific
tailed
people.
chakra would just break out
But that's more
instantly.
so.
Yeah.
But that's more so to do with stamina rather than chakra's reserve.
Not always.
So-
Sometimes you just do need chakra reserves or strong chakra.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
but
at
it's
the
more
Nine
so to do with
Tails,
stamina,
10 Tails
though.
would only be more than that.
Well, but exactly, because if you can say whatever you want about the first, probably 7, but even 8-tailed beast, but you start getting to the 9 tails, which is in the 10 tails that Madara absorbs. So he needs, regardless of the other tailed beast, he needs to be able to have a body that can sustain having the 9 tails. which that
is-
alone is
Not
crazy.
only that,
Which
we
really
see
isn't-
in the pain arc that the Preda path can absorb Rasen shurikens left and right, no problem, but it can't handle like sage energy, like actual having absorbed nature energy, like an actual
That's
sage
why I
mode
said-
amount of nature energy.
That's what I
Yeah.
said,
And
it's
Madara
about
just took it from
nature energy.
Hashirama and was like, oh yeah, that's easy. So,
Well,
like,
to be fair,
Well,
Naruto
you
is in
could say-
sage mode when he throws this Rasen Shuriken, isn't
Actually,
he?
yes,
Pretty
he
sure.
is.
So that could be an explanation right there.
That's what I said. It's
Yeah.
more so to do with the nature energy.
okay,
It
so
doesn't
why
make
is he
sense otherwise.
fine with Hashirama's actual sage mode?
Well, actually,
are-
but then again, I take it back. I'm so dumb. That doesn't matter. Naruto's in sage mode when he throws a Rasen Shuriken in the paint art.
Exactly.
Well, true.
And the Preda path absorbed
Same thing.
plenty of those. It absorbed more than one. Do you really think
Well,
the
no,
Preda path
technically
can
it
handle more
didn't.
than Madara?
He
Technically,
never
it
said it's
didn't.
too much energy.
He absorbed one, because the other one was
Oh,
Naruto
God.
that transformed.
Okay,
into,
but it
so
wasn't too
technically
much.
this
Well, no,
isn't
he
a
absorbed one
contradiction.
and then continued to absorb more of Naruto's nature energy, and it took a while before he turned into a node.
Yeah, I
And
guess.
he didn't say it was too much nature
Well,
energy to the Rasen
you know what that
Yeah.
means. You know that he has a larger reserve than Madara.
Specifically the Preda path.
Well, actually,
Yeah.
I do have a stupid counter for you. The fact that when he's absorbing Naruto's nature energy, he doesn't say too much energy, maybe that Preda path is just dumb. It doesn't know how much energy anything is.
But Madara knows.
Yeah.
Exactly. There
So
you
it
go.
just was too much energy in the Rasen Shuriken. The Preda path is just stupid.
Well, yeah, but too much energy for what?
before he turns into a toad.
Did Madara turn into a toad?
He would have if he wasn't smart enough to realize that it was too much energy.
Well,
Which
But
is
he
Kamui.
why-
absorbed all of it.
Well, Kamui,
He
there is a
He
apparently
didn't.
a living vessel inside the Edo Tensei. How do you know that guy didn't turn into a toad?
Well, then it doesn't matter. So it's
No,
not too
because
much.
guess what? No, you see, seen it. You see, this is why this makes sense. Because look at it this way: you were asking earlier, why is there smoke coming off Madara? Well, that's because he didn't absorb the entire jutsu. He tanked.
So
the
what
rest
you're trying to say is, Keto, if Naruto just threw another one, they beat Madara right here and now
You're right, exactly.
by turning
Because
him
he
into a
couldn't
toad.
absorb another one. Because that's what he did. If you look at it, it does make sense. Like when he threw it, he started to absorb it, and he realized that it was too much, so he stopped and actually blocked it, which is why you have smoke coming off his hand because he blocked it. Peak.
As it goes on, it proceeds to absorb plenty of other Naruto jutsu.
Not at this point in the fight.
Later
no.
on, as
Not
an
after this one.
Sensei.
He's definitely not tanking any bit of the Rasengan, considering there's
Nah.
0 damage to him. He's not healing anywhere here.
Well, because he absorbed most of the jutsu. Why would there be significant damage? It's
Because
minor.
it's millions of microscopic needles stabbing you all over your chakra network. If you absorb 99% whatever, you're still getting stabbed by like 100 needles.
He's Edo Tensei. That's not doing anything.
But Keto, I'm not saying significant damage. If it's a paper cut, the body's still gonna do the ashy heal thing.
Not if he absorbed most of the jutsu.
Okay, he absorbs most of it. He takes minimal damage. We see him heal minimal damage.
No, but there's levels to damage, right? We understand this. Like, we've seen characters in Naruto tank jutsu with their hands, and all that comes off of their hands is like smoke, and they don't have any damage. You've seen this before, right?
Then it wasn't too much. They
like
just
first, prime example. Look at when Naruto clashed his wind style Rasengan with Kakashi. We saw the same thing, smoke coming off his hand.
No, you saw smoke and lots of bruises all over there.
Yes, no, I know, but what I'm trying to point out is that the smoke, the similarities here with him blocking the attack with his hand.
Smoke with every
and smoke. No, you're not understanding. No, look at the parallels. You're not understanding. I'm saying Madara has his.
What are you, the Sakura Obito parallels guy?
No, look at it this way. He has his hand out, right? His hand.
The parallel.
His hand.
You know who else had their hand
directly, right? And then you also have the smoke coming off Kakashi's hand. What I'm trying to say here is that you could say that the reason why smoke is coming off Madara's hand is because the jutsu literally touched his hand. It does make sense. Now you could then say
the
reason
when
why
he isn't got hit straight up and didn't smoke.
Man, you remember in the Forest of Death after killing the Umbrella guys when Gaara put his hand out?
But he did smoke. He did. Am I misremembering?
Kakuzu did not do what Madara is doing here.
No, but his entire body did it, not just his hand. I swear.
No. Kakuzu blew up and he didn't smoke.
That's not true. I'm pretty sure he smoked while he was falling from the sky. That's not true. Hold on.
So something I will say is that we will have to, especially in the manga, make a distinction between smoke, steam, dust, and just wind.
Yes, the problem.
Yeah, but I think this is
as well as just leftover chakra.
Though. What is this jutsu? Wind style, Rasen jerk.
Exactly. Just part
if
of
it's
the
dust,
here.
What is this jutsu?
But I think it's
wind
steam
style, Rasen Shuriken over a pile of sand.
Steam though. Definitely steam.
Well, in the anime.
I
mean, to be fair though, what if the jutsu's just hot and Madara's just sweating and it's just evaporating?
Bruh, I'm telling you the reason why it's because the jutsu touched his hand, bruh. Like, it's so obvious. This is just so obvious. Like,
how do you know it touched his hand?
That's the only reason why steam would be coming from his hand.
So steam would come from his head if it touched his hand?
Yes, if you block a jutsu with your hand, the steam comes from your hand. That's why I use the Kakashi
out
example.
Of your head?
Yes, because your hand is kind of, it's the jutsu colliding with your chakra, and it causes steam.
Well, Kamui, your head's connected to your head, isn't it?
So real quick, you do realize that when Madara does this, he's not Momoshiki. He makes like a force field spear thing to absorb jutsu.
That is why. You see, you have to follow the track, right? I said,
the hand doesn't matter.
Follow.
No, it doesn't matter what he does with his hand.
Well,
which is the entire point you were making.
You see, no, that's not the entire point. You're not listening. Because listen, we have to remember, if you go back to the scene itself, when Naruto threw the Rasen Shuriken, he didn't even put up his hand. It just showed him looking at it, and then he did the force field thing.
His hand's right here. You see his hand right here.
Okay. All right. Cool. He did put up his hand. Cool. Put that to the side. Put that to the side. Right. Even then, let's say he did put up his hand. He activated the force field shit, right, to absorb it with the sphere. What happens next is that the jutsu was too much for him to absorb, which is why he says too much energy. So what was left of it, he simply blocked it with his hand, which is why his hand is emitting steam. How does that not make sense?
So Keto, I
How did the
have
Winston Rossent Shuriken not cut his glove a single paper cut?
Bro,
Glove
do I
tear.
need to show this dude getting literally hit with jutsu and none of his garment is damaged whatsoever? This is Naruto. What are we doing here?
Well, no,
No,
his
like there are
garments get
many examples.
regenerated by Edo Tensei.
yeah, but particle
No, there are
style
many,
can graze his armor and it's just dust.
there are many examples of characters getting hit with jutsus and the garments are not damaged. That's
Okay,
just an
okay.
inconsistency in anime. That's just an inconsistency. If you're
Keto's
being real.
not wrong there. So I have two different interpretations. One that's similar to yours, Keto. One that's just reasonable. To where I don't think the dust is coming off of Madara or Madara's hand or steam or whatever. I think it's just from the jutsu. The jutsu was there. Now it's not. Madara didn't absorb the steam. He just absorbed the chakra. The jutsu itself just has steam or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's fine. But one that the one that's similar to yours is basically the opposite process. Madara is putting his hand out. He doesn't have his Rinnegan activated yet. Madara's just tanking it until his Rinnegan activates, where he then starts absorbing all of it. So the steam is from
That's the thing, because
when it was hitting him
especially in the
before.
manga
So-
version, he says too much energy before he starts absorbing it.
Whereas in the anime, it's after, yeah. The anime, I feel like, makes that a lot more clear because he put his hand out, realizes too much energy, and that's why he absorbs it. Not that absorbing it is too much energy and that's what the steam is. He absorbed it because it was too much energy to just tank.
That's my interpretation.
Yeah.
He's saying too much energy to tank. That's why he absorbed it.
Exactly.
And he awakens the Rinnegan in that moment.
Yeah. And I mean, narratively, that just makes sense. Why would they randomly hype up the Rasen Shuriken here? This is Madara's moment.
Yeah,
But I mean,
exactly.
technically-
They want these to be the eyes of a god.
Exactly.
And
I mean,
they're just going to stick the
technically-
Rasen Shuriken's too much for it.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, your interpretation hypes it up even more than the one that they went with. Because basically, what you're saying is that it's too much for Madara to tank, so he has to absorb it. I mean, that's literally hyping up the Rasen Shuriken.
No, it's that's to be expected. I don't care who Madara is. The Rasen Shurikens, he's not just tanking. He's not.
Bro, he
Madara
literally
isn't built up
bro,
as his base
bro,
being third
Kamui,
Hokage
Kamui,
invincible armor. It's just
he
Madara has
literally-
Susanoo as his armor.
Kamui, he literally tanked a bigger Rasen Shuriken later on in the war.
When?
When he was pinned down by Hashirama's gates and Naruto threw
Okay,
the
but that
ultra
one-
big ball
that one doesn't
Rasen
make sense.
Shuriken.
Okay, that one just doesn't make sense.
That doesn't
You
make
can
sense.
see the gates, whatever. Something happened there. It didn't make sense.
I mean,
He
to be
literally
fair,
tanked it.
it's Edo
No
Tensei
damage, by the way.
anyways. Well, like, Madara knows it doesn't matter. The whole reason he did the 2 meteors is so it doesn't. The whole point of Edo Tensei is that he can be wiped out. Who cares if it hits him?
Well,
Hey,
I mean,
hey, but
Madara's
there
probably
you
just
go,
thinking
but
that
that-
when he's hit, they'll just seal
but
him.
that-
I
but
know,
that kinda
but that's not going to
invalidates-
stop Madara. They're not going to really
that
seal
kinda-
him.
But that kind of
I know,
invalidates
considering
the
he breaks
original
that
point
with his
because
freaking full body
if
Susanoo.
he doesn't care, why would he be like too much energy? Let me absorb it. You know, it's kind of contradictory.
I mean, to be fair, Madara is just playing around, so he could just be seeing this and realize Naruto is actually a capable threat, or like someone to be serious about. Like,
be
it could just be
honest,
awakening his combat
I
style
don't
or
think
whatever.
that's. I think it's just an ego thing. You know, like he doesn't have to block it, but why would I allow low life forms to hit me and shit? You know, I think it's more like he doesn't want these people to believe that they're on his level, so he's gonna defend himself. It's not that he has to.
Well, I
Yeah.
disagree because I think he's outputting the amount of power relative to the Alliance at pretty much all times. He wasn't absorbing anything before this moment. The point is that
No,
the
because he
Rasen
didn't
Shuriken
need
was
to.
on a level that he would be able to absorb of, or like would absorb.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying like he's just outputting what is necessary to show that he is above them. Right? Like he at this point in the fight with them, he's not like popping out Suzanos or using his full power. He's just going around the battlefield, slaughtering everyone, using his Mangekyo. Right? Using your interpretation, he literally tries to tank Naruto's Rasen Shuriken and only activates the Renegon when he realizes that it's too much energy. So he's just using whatever he feels is necessary to handle them in the moment. And then he upgrades when he needs to.
Okay. In my interpretation, it wasn't that he was trying to tank the Rasen Shuriken. It's the moment he realized there was a Rasen Shuriken coming at him, he knows the energy level that it's at, and he would just immediately start to do it, and there would just be like some delay time to it.
Okay.
Yeah. But I don't think it was an ego thing per se. But either way. But I'm glad we got that out of the way. I don't remember why we were even on that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, back to LRJ's comment, I guess. Kichiki is a full powered. In Two Blue Vortex, Momoshiki has lost all hope because he has no other reason to fight other than his goal to acquire more power. That's not what they say. He has no reason to fight. In fact, he has no reason to not only live, but to exist. Momoshiki doesn't want to exist anymore.
That's what he wants you to believe.
Which is a shallow goal. He doesn't have a goal. And you're right. That's what he wants me to believe. I believe it.
There's no way you believe that, bro.
The way he came across so defeated, I believe it. If you want to say that Boruto's lying,
you believe that shit, bro.
If you want to say Boruto's lying, I don't have a problem with that. I personally don't think so based on this chapter, but I see why other people say it. It just doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, Boruto. If Boruto's lying to Momoshiki.
Bro, Momoshiki literally says, I am deeply despairing. Like, bro, there's no way you believe that shit, bro.
Why?
Who speaks like this? I am deeply despairing.
Well, to be
it's
fair,
like you're trying to convince someone else that that's what you are doing. Like, no one says I am deeply despairing.
No, I will say this
yet again.
Momoshiki in the raw Japanese does actually have an old-timey Japanese type of way of speaking, kind of like Hagoromo did. The Viz, and I guess just all of English dub, just doesn't really make that as clear. They do a little bit if you actually listen to Momoshiki's dialogue. It is a little bit more like, I guess, Renaissance era.
It's true, but it's never this. Like, he does like speak with that higher echelon kind of like dialect and stuff, but it's not like I am deeply despairing. Like, that's just maybe it's a mistranslation, or maybe there's a more casual way it could have been said here. It just feels like someone trying to convince someone of something, like when you don't actually believe the thing that you're saying. He just seems weird. He's like looking with his side eye, and he's like seeing if Boruto is looking at him. I feel like he's just playing Boruto, to be honest.
He's looking with his side eye because Boruto's trying to entice him. And if Momoshiki takes up the offer, that just tells me that Momoshiki didn't actually have a plan.
Well, he actually, this was before Boruto even said anything. But yeah.
I don't think that's the case. Let's go check.
Yes, it is, because I'm looking at it right now. Because Boruto just pops in and he says, "Yo, freeloader," as sulky as ever, and he just pops into dialogue immediately. "I am deeply despairing because you have failed to die once again and keep on living. I should have left you alone." Yada yada yada. With reincarnation, he just goes on to spout endless dialogue just because Boruto says, "Hey." It's just weird. It's just weird. I don't know. Boruto hasn't even made a proposal as yet, and the entire page is just filled with dialogue from Momoshiki. All Boruto says is, "Hey, what's up?" It's crazy.
So, unless I'm misinterpreting you, first of all, you can't even see Momoshiki's eyes in the first page that he's speaking. And then the second page, his eyes is closed. I mean, if you want to say this is a side eye, sure. I mean, he's just laying down. It's like he's looking over.
You've never spoken to someone, you never like watched a movie or anything where the person is trying to convince the other person of something, like they're lying and they're trying to make them believe that, and they're like checking on them, they're side-eyeing them to look at them. It just seems like that's what's going on here.
This isn't a side eye though. Momoshiki is to Boruto's side.
Yes,
he's just looking at Boruto. No, this isn't a side eye because the end of the chapter has this side eye. That's a side eye.
They're both the same thing, bro.
No, it isn't, bro. The intent is so clearly, obviously different between these two.
You could literally say the same thing for the same for the last panel, because Boruto hasn't moved and neither has Momoshiki. So it's like, okay.
But exactly, then what's the difference between these two panels?
I think they are the exact same. Momoshiki,
but you're just looking at the physical eyeball itself when that doesn't make sense.
No, I'm looking at the expression and also the words. I think he's playing Boruto.
But then the expression's literally different.
In which panel?
There's two panels. One panel has to be different from the other if I were to say they're different. What do you mean, which panel?
The only difference is that one is zoomed in and you can't see the upper eyelid.
That is so not true.
Literally true. Bro, look at the panel. One is literally zoomed in and you can't see the upper
I will show you
eyebrow line. That's the only difference, bro.
Here, just making sure. Did Kamui? Okay, Kamui is still here. He's just away. That's okay. Just want to make sure.
It's like one line, bro. Come on, bro. It's like one line.
Okay, so these are these two eyes next to one another.
Bro.
It's different. Do you not see the difference? Come on.
Bro, it's the same thing. It's literally like a one-line difference. If you zoom in, zoom in on the other
wow!
one.
AKA not the same thing. Almost like subtle differences make a difference.
It's literally open to the same level. Just zoom in on the first one.
Bro.
What's the other one from?
Here, I'll show you. This is so stupid, Kamui. It's from this. It's so clearly not meant to be a side eye. Look at the. Come on. Come on. He's even turning his head and neck to look in his direction.
He's not turning his head, bro. What are you talking about? It's literally look at his pupil in the side corner of his eye.
Bro, we can see most of his mouth and nose. We can see his other eye. How are we seeing his other eye? That doesn't make sense.
That's the camera, not him moving. What the hell?
What?
We're getting a different perspective from the author.
What is this right here that I'm circling with my mouse?
That's the camera actually panning upwards, not Momoshiki himself moving, bro.
What are you talking about? What?
Wait, so are you saying that a character has to move for the author to show a different perspective?
What? Kito, I'm talking about this.
All Ikimoto is doing is showing a higher perspective. Momoshiki himself isn't moving.
Kamui,
he's literally in the same position the entire chapter.
Kamui, let's try this again. Kamui, what is circled in red?
Oh my god.
What is that?
That's his eyelash on the other eye.
Whoa, Kamui, are you telling me that's not the camera? What does that even mean, Guido?
I'm
Come
not
on.
saying that is the camera. I'm saying that the perspective that you're seeing is the camera moving upwards. I'm saying camera as if you're looking at it like a film, right? So if
Okay,
you understand
so
what
you're
I mean.
saying the perspective of what we're seeing.
I
Okay.
mean, that's
That doesn't
fine.
make sense though, because upwards
fine.
from what?
What do you mean upwards from what? What do you
It's
mean?
not
That
from the
doesn't make-
previous
what kind of question is
panel.
this?
It's not from
You're
here.
literally seeing a different panel, a different perspective in that panel.
Yeah.
You're literally seeing 3 different perspectives here. Are you saying that Momoshiki moved in all 3 or something?
No,
get
I'm
it.
saying these two are the same perspective.
They are clearly not. That's crazy.
The one on the very left and the one on the very right, I think, are the same perspective. It's just the one on the left is zoomed in. It's even at the same angle. It's at the same slightly downwards looking upwards angle.
No, you see, the first one is more so on the inward side. So it's more so shifting to the left.
You know how I
That's
know
why
this
you
is
can
wrong?
see-
Okay, I know
That's why
exactly
you're
how this is
literally
wrong.
looking up. You're literally looking upwards in this perspective, while the other one you're looking at the direct side profile. It's literally 2 different perspectives.
Okay, here's how I know this is wrong. This middle panel. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense based on the angle of Momoshiki's eye on this left panel for him to be looking at Boruto if he doesn't move his head.
No. What? No. That doesn't make sense.
Why?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't he be able to see Boruto by simply looking to the side?
Bro.
What are we
Okay,
saying
I'm
here,
gonna
bro?
draw a line that's clearly, obviously, would be the line of the
Alright.
direction that he's looking, and you can tell me why I'm wrong.
You're gonna see that line is gonna
So,
go
based on
directly at
this,
Boruto.
it's going this way, based on this, compared to his nose. So doing this here,
No.
if he looks that way, he's looking like
No,
this way.
that's not. No, that's way too steep. It's more upwards. That's crazy.
You're right, it is too steep. It's probably something closer to like...
No, it's more so tilted because his pupil is way over to the corner. You can literally see his pupil is way over to the corner. That means he's looking way over to the side, way off to the side, not directly down.
Bro, that's not true though, because the point of his nose is right here, which is like almost even with his pupil.
What?
The angle, Keto.
Bro, you can draw a straight line from your pupil from like any position.
What?
Like if you look off to the side, you can draw a straight line from your pupil to your nose, like from any position you put your eyeball in. Like what does that mean exactly?
I don't think
Especially
you
on a
understand
2D
what I'm
image.
saying.
Especially on 2D image, because there's no like there's no depth. You're literally just drawing a line from anywhere you can get it to the nose. I don't know what that proves.
So keep in mind the depth here. Boruto's
No
elevation is lower than Momoshiki. Momoshiki is at a higher elevation.
exactly.
Momoshiki is
Exactly.
flat on his back, essentially, looking straight up.
Yeah. Then he
Momoshiki's
looks off to the
pupil...
side.
Momoshiki's pupil is like 3/4 of the way to the side. It's not even all the way.
It's more like 3.5, but okay.
Momoshiki has to be, if he's not moving, he's still looking at like the edge of the sky horizon. You know what he's be looking at? I'll show you exactly what he's looking at. Get rid of this. Let's see. Okay, Momoshiki is looking like, you can't see from this area. He's looking at like this over here in the distance. The tippity top of this is like where he could see his peripheral.
That wouldn't make sense. That's behind him.
I'm saying, like, Oh my god, what the that is.
Look at that.
If
He's right
Momoshiki, let's see, where is Momoshiki here? He's right here. Is this him?
Yeah.
Okay,
Now
Momoshiki
draw a
isn't
straight line
looking
from his
down
head.
here. Momoshiki'd be looking like up here.
No. You see, this is a great perspective because you can see if Momoshiki's at the side profile right here, draw a direct line from his eye straight to Boruto.
No, okay, this is just further proof that at the very least this doesn't make sense, but I think it's wrong. If this is Momoshiki, either
Yes.
we're gonna say that Momoshiki is randomly angled like this, on this thing that's circular like this, of which case he should just be flat against it like that. So unless we're saying this
Well,
is
not
Momoshiki's
necessarily.
angle. Oh yeah?
No, because you have the other spikes in the midsection as well.
What?
You don't there's also spikes on the inside.
Okay. That doesn't
So
change
isn't
the
on
fact
the
that it's
outside.
circular. Yeah,
No, because they can also be turned at a different angle.
Yes. There's multiple rings of this if you want to count the rings. That doesn't really change anything here.
And he's on the inside one, you can see there.
Well, no, he's definitely on like an outside ring, but
I mean,
close enough that I'm gonna get okay. So if we're saying this right here, this is Momoshiki. Okay.
mm-hmm.
The number of rings doesn't matter. If Momoshiki is like he should be flat this way, then if he looks to his side,
it's more angled.
Why would it be more angled?
To turn it because you look at the line. Look at the line. It goes. It's kind of slantish.
Okay, this kind of line doesn't make sense. Based on what we see, that doesn't make sense.
Bruh, that is exactly how it's shown right there.
That
and
is
it also
not
makes sense
how
right
it's
here.
shown. It's also not how it's shown here either.
You literally drew the line over it and said that it doesn't make sense. That's crazy. That's crazy.
Also, the fact that right here you can even clearly see.
You're getting tricked by perspective, not gonna lie.
Momoshiki's not to his side. He's like way in front to his side.
Ooh, it's a circle, so it's not a straight line, it's curved.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't change anything. So it's like
saying that you can't.
So if we're saying like this is the circle and Momoshiki is like here, then if he were to look straight, he's looking this way as opposed to Boruto, who's not here. Boruto's like over here. So there's still an angle regardless.
Exactly. So that's why it's a side eye that catches Boruto.
No, a side eye would be going straight down.
No, that would be looking straight. What do you mean? A side eye would be going straight?
Because it doesn't make sense for Momoshiki to be at this angle. He has to be at a straight angle.
He literally is in the panel you're drawing on right now. That's so crazy.
Oh my god. Are we sure this is even Momoshiki?
Of course it's Momoshiki.
What do you mean, of course? This does not look like Momoshiki.
Only spot on this entire thing that looks like this.
Look. No. It's the closest thing that might be Momoshiki. This could just as easily just be another pile of rocks.
So where would Momoshiki even be?
I don't know. This is where he should be, I think.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm trying to look around. It doesn't look like he's anywhere else.
He has to be in that direction based on where Boruto saw him from.
He could be off screen, like up here. Because is he on the top layer of rocks anyways? Yeah, he is, seemingly. Unless we're going to say this behind him is technically another higher layer of rocks and Ikimo's just bad at death. But it looks like he's on like the very end, the very edge, pretty much. So I don't think this is Momoshiki. He's somewhere up here.
That could just be, well, technically that could be an inside ring.
Okay, if it's like just as tall, and it's like, yeah, it's like it's not a ball, but it's like a ball that like has a lot of like thickness, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Stupid. It's not how it's depicted over here, especially, but whatever. Or over here. But either way, Yeah, so Momoshiki, based on this, once again, going back to this, he's not looking at Boruto. Based on his elevation, he would have to at least, even if
Well-
you want to say this is the angle that Momoshiki's at, he's at least a side eye. He's not looking at Boruto. He's looking at like the tippity top over here. At the best. If he's keeping his head straight up.
No, because you have to remember, Boruto is on the slightly elevated side.
Yeah, slightly elevated.
So he can technically see him.
Keto. Between the 0% elevation and the 100% elevation, Boruto is less than halfway up the circle, and the circle increases in elevation exponentially. Boruto is like at max 20% up in the elevation.
But that doesn't really, I mean, if the higher the elevation, the more you can see. So if Momoshiki is higher than Boruto, you should be able to see him.
The higher
Because
the
he's looking
elevation,
down.
the less of the lower elevation you can see.
Only if something is blocking you.
No, you're thinking of line of sight, how far someone can see.
But-
You're
but
not
you see,
thinking of
Oodie-
like 20/20
Oodie,
vision.
you're not remembering Momoshiki
Periphery.
Byakugan.
He doesn't have it activated here.
Even it doesn't need to activate it. It just works that way.
Prove that. That's not true.
Boruto versus Boro,
What about it?
and Boruto versus Code. He had the Byakugan, but he didn't need to activate it, so he just worked.
So it wasn't activated. Do you remember when Momoshiki, or sorry, not Momoshiki, do you remember when Ishiki was fighting Naruto and Sasuke and had the Byakugan and didn't activate the Byakugan? But then when Kawaki came around and the Byakugan suppressing dust came out, he activated the Byakugan to find Kawaki.
Yeah.
Okay, same with
Yeah,
Urashiki.
but
Urashiki was fighting with the Byakugan without activating the Byakugan, but then when he needed to
That's
surge, he
only-
activated the Byakugan.
that's only when you need to further enhance the vision.
So it's enhancing the vision rather than the periphery.
Yeah, I mean the periphery is a part of the vision, right? It's like a. it's
So
like a
do you think
complete thing.
when the Byakugan is not activated, not enhancing the distance someone can see, it has the periphery of a normal eye?
No. It's still superior to a normal eye. It's just that it has another level.
What's the level?
It's just a higher perception level. Like, look at it this way. Like, that's the difference. Look at the Sharingan, right? When the Sharingan isn't active, it's just a normal eye. But there's no normal eye for the Byakugan, right? It's always active.
No.
It's just that there's a stage 2 to the Byakugan, which is when the veins pop up.
No, I disagree with that.
What do you mean?
Because
Like,
before,
look at the
because like you're saying, it's always activated. They're born with it. It's just Himawari is not
Exactly.
pure blood. Himawari doesn't count.
yeah.
Especially
Momoshiki-
considering Himawari was a mint to have the Byakugan, and Ikimoto just forgot.
True. But Momoshiki was born with it, right? So his is always active. Like it's literally
Well, we don't know
the
that's true.
Byakugan.
We don't know
I mean,
anything about Momoshiki's past or background or anything.
anyways.
As far as we know,
right?
as far as we
Look at the
know,
Renegon.
Momoshiki started as human on Earth. As far as we know,
But even then, it doesn't change the argument about the Byakugan. Like, why is the Byakugan different from the Renegon? Like, the Renegon is always active. Are you gonna say, oh, he didn't activate the Renegon? No, it's always
Sasuke
active.
deactivates his Renegon.
No, that's a perfect example. Sasuke, there's another level to Sasuke's Renegon, but the Renegon itself is always active.
What do
Right?
you mean?
So The second level would be the Tomoe Renegon. But the Renegon, the base Renegon, would same with the base Byakugan, is always active.
Okay.
You see? So Momoshiki right now can see Boruto because his enhanced periphery from the Byakugan.
Let's see real quick. So, how does he have no Renegon here?
Mistake, production mistake.
Okay. But we're using Himawari's production mistake?
I mean, we don't need to.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So, do you think that Nagato, when he was a kid, had his Renegon activated? Or was it only when his parents died that he activated the Renegon?
The trick question. I mean, Madara gave him the Renegon, so.
Well, he gave him the eyes. But Nagato
Well,
could have just had normal looking eyes.
didn't he give him the Renegon after his parents died or something?
No, it was when he was a baby. Well, because remember, he uses the Renegon to kill the people who killed his parents.
Really? Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
So if you remember this whole scene, yeah, people who killed his parents, then he like uses Renegon or whatever.
I mean, he could have given them to him.
What do you mean?
He could have
When?
given them to him before his parents died.
Well, he did. Yeah, here you see it. He did give it to him before his parents died. He has the Renegon
fully
in his
activated.
parents' death scene.
Yeah, so he gave them to him while they were activated. So he always had the Renegons active.
What makes you so sure?
No, I mean, we've never seen them not be active, so we just have to work
Okay.
at what we saw, you know. And secondly, it's not his eyes, so following the logic in Naruto, he wouldn't be able to activate or deactivate them.
Trying to think of one example to prove that wrong, but I don't think I get. Like even a filler instance.
There isn't one. There isn't one, sadly.
Oh, I have such a disingenuous one.
Here we go.
Jubi Madara was able to activate and deactivate Obito's eye.
I mean, technically, it was already activated.
Okay.
He just used it. So.
Was it activated? Are you sure? When he took Kakashi's eye?
Yeah, because Kakashi can't deactivate it. He just closes his eye.
Hang on. I want to see this real quick. Just want to see the scene. Here, this will be it. Man, if Kakashi just didn't have his headband up and he had his headband covering his eye, Madara's plan just fails here. Okay. Yeah, okay, it is activated. But it's not Mangekyo activated.
Here we go. Well, I mean, the Sharingan is the Dojutsu. The Mangekyo is just another stage of the Dojutsu. So it doesn't really contradict, you know?
But Obito's and Kakashi's eyes are linked.
So.
And Madara's doing it on his own. Gotcha there.
I mean, not really. I mean, even Danzo was able to use Koto Matsukami, so
I have another one for
not
you.
anything special.
So I can name a lot of characters who deactivated the Rinnegan.
There isn't a single character who did that.
There
aside
isn't
from
a single character who did that.
aside from Madara.
So what
Oh my
about
goodness.
all these characters? You know?
Okay, bro.
So are we not gonna say that? Let's see. Are we not gonna say Yamato didn't deactivate the Rinnegan?
No.
No. Well, what did he deactivate then? The Flinagon? The Blinagon?
It's like when
what is it?
it's like when someone places someone on the Genjutsu, and that person's Sharingan pattern appears in their eye. So it's the same thing.
Name one instance where that happens. One.
Itachi versus Naruto.
The Shisui Crow thing?
No. When he places Naruto on the Genjutsu.
Ephemeral? At the beginning of Shippuden?
Yeah,
That doesn't happen.
he does.
Unless you're gonna say inside the Genjutsu. But I don't think that. I think it's just the Sasuke face thing.
It is. I mean, that is what I'm talking about. The Sasuke face thing.
That's not Itachi's Sharingan.
Of course, it is.
Oh, what?
The Sharingan in his eye is Itachi's.
I don't think that Sasuke even has his Sharingan activated, does he?
I think he doesn't.
This doesn't show it.
They're not gonna show it. Okay.
Let's see if this works. Okay, this has it. Oh, I think he does have his Sharingan activated, actually.
It hurts, but I know it's just a gift.
Okay. Let's go to the part where we see the Sasuke face. Okay, yeah, he does have the Sharingan activated.
There we go.
Okay, I guess it's Itachi's Sharingan!
There we go.
So, Kido, if we're gonna say that it's boosting the peripheral, why does he move his pupil in Boruto's direction? He should just be able
There
to
we go
see
again.
Boruto.
That supports my argument. It's a side eye. He doesn't need to look at him. He just wants to.
Well, I never made that argument. But what I'm saying is his pupil isn't aimed at Boruto, but it's closer to Boruto's direction. Why would he do that if his periphery is increased based on the base of Byakugan?
Because again, it's a side eye. It's not the eye isn't meant for Boruto. It's meant for us to see that Momoshiki is planning something. He's thinking
Okay.
something.
So is your argument that Momoshiki is side-eyeing Boruto or breaking the fourth wall and side-eyeing me?
He's just looking in Boruto's general direction, so the audience can see that he's plotting something.
So the answer to my question based on that is Momoshiki is not side-eyeing Boruto. He's intentionally side-eyeing me, the audience.
He's side-eyeing Boruto's direction for the audience.
For the audience. So Momoshiki is aware of the audience.
Not necessarily. But authors tend to do this sometime. You know, they have the characters do stuff.
Okay, so in universe, Momoshiki is side-eyeing Boruto's general direction as opposed to Boruto because
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 well, because he wants us, the author wants us to see that Momoshiki is plotting something. He's in deep thought.
okay, good for the author. Why is Momoshiki doing it? You see the problem here.
It's not really a problem.
The-
Authors do this all the time.
The
Like characters do
in-universe
things that
explanation.
don't make sense in universe. That's just there for the audience to see. That's
Momoshiki.
what aura farming is, right?
Okay. Momoshiki's not pulling a Deadpool and winking at the camera here. This is meant to be taken diegetically in universe.
That's what you believe, but that's not what's happening.
As opposed to what Kino believes, it's what's happening.
I'm telling you, man.
I'm guessing Kamui fell asleep.
Yeah, probably.
I'm not surprised. It's 4 a.m.
4 8. Okay, that's crazy.
By the way, are Momoshiki's horns broken here? Is that consistent?
Yeah, he just didn't regrow them for some reason.
I never remember. This tie is new, right? This stupid looking goofy tie that Momoshiki is. Like he's a freaking
what?
salaryman. The tie. Momoshiki's tie. His necktie.
What?
That's for some reason going around his back of the neck. Unless you're gonna say this is a striped snake or something. Is this Momoshiki carrying a pair of long socks on his shoulder? Like what is this? If not a tie?
That's the undergarment.
Momoshiki. Are you saying Momoshiki's got a pair of panties on him?
Nah, he always had this. I'm pretty sure. It's just it's more so when he's standing, it goes down so it covers it. It's like a in between the shoulders and the hands and something.
Nah, bro. I don't think Momoshiki's literally wearing his boxers on his sleeves.
I'm telling you, right? He always had this.
Actually, you can see right here. It's on both sides. I don't know what this is. Is this sleeves? It's not, because his sleeves go all the way over here. What is this? Wearing a freaking backpack? Like straps.
I'm telling you, it's an undergarment.
What do you mean by undergarment? Because clearly you don't mean underwear.
No, undergarment is anything you wear under your clothes.
I'm afraid to press images. Okay, stream, I'm sorry. You're not allowed to see. I'm scared. Okay. It is underwear. It's all underwear.
No.
I was going to say
doesn't have
it's a onesie.
Undergarment is anything that goes under your clothes.
Is this Momoshiki's bra? What are we doing here, Kina?
I mean, it could be.
Is Momoshiki wearing some lingerie? What's happening here? I mean, he's in a sexy pose, I guess. Okay, we've officially taken this too far.
Yeah, he's always doing too much.
Yeah. Well, that's enough of that. This is so stupid.
Yeah.
Oh my god. But I think it's very clearly two different types of eyes here.
Yeah, one is just has poor resolution. That's the difference. Yeah.
It's definitely not. Based on this.
That's gonna be so funny. No. That curve is ridiculous. That's not what's happening there, bro.
What do you mean?
That's obviously an error, bro. Why are you curving it upside down?
It's
It
exactly.
literally curves inwards.
There needs to be another one that's right
you
here.
need to bring it inwards, bro? It needs to go inwards at the end. That's crazy.
That as opposed to like this one. Yeah, see, I should have had 4 from the get go. That one's good.
No,
Clearly, 2 different types of
this one
lines.
doesn't even make sense. Why did you bring that one down, but this one goes up?
Okay, fine. I'll fix this one since this one should have had 4 points on it instead of 3. There. A lot closer. Are you okay with that one?
Yeah.
Okay. Compared to this one, clearly different.
It's literally the same thing, bro.
It's not the same thing.
Bro, that's
Look,
It's
draw a
literally the same
straight
thing.
line.
That's
The left is
crazy.
higher than the right. Draw a straight line here. The left is clearly below the right. It's clearly different.
Yeah, it's just a different perspective.
It's not a different perspective.
It's literally a different perspective. Like one is going up more, which is why you can see the eye on the other side.
Bro, there's no getting around it. Momoshiki can't be faking it. He's literally crying. Look at
Bro,
this.
that's a tear duct. That's crazy.
Filled with a tear.
Oh my goodness.
Stupid. Either way. But with that being
So we can do
said,
all worker. Yeah. Let's hit
well,
the hay, man. Let's hit the hay.
yeah. Did we finish this comment? Did we start this comment? How much you guys missing from Momoshiki's character? Believed he would die, blah blah blah. Devotion to his daughter. Momoshiki is truly understanding of love. He was able to glimpse the future, but couldn't imagine Boruto being able to handle the hardship, nor Sasuke's rejection of omnipotence. In other words, Momoshiki was only able to see what he understood, similar to the concept of Matrix movie. Yeah, we read all that. Nobody understand form meaningful connections, such as with Kinshiki. Okay, got all that. Which is a shallow goal, got all that. Therefore, not strong motivation to keep fighting. Boruto had others. He had Sasuke, Sarada, and Sumire. Boruto also believes that Kawaki could be turned. And he keeps fighting so hard for them. Momoshiki has nothing like that, and so, in the pits of despair, he waits for death. And yes, Momoshiki has always been a loser. He lost in the Chunin exams arc to a kid with the Rasengan. The key, however, is why. Yeah, the why is because he didn't lose to a kid with the Rasengan. He lost to Naruto. You know, with the 5 Hokage and Sasuke there, considering he already beat Naruto.
This is from my video.
I mean, do you know L or J? Lorge, as I like to call him?
No, but
Oh, well,
no, but he's quoting elements from my video.
probably. That
Yeah.
being said, I'm not gonna say Momoshiki has nothing like that. He had Kinshiki, and he probably still does. Like, what I'm imagining, it's like a Matryoshka doll. Momoshiki's inside Boruto, and Kinshiki's inside Momoshiki.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, data wise, Boruto has both, but I'm like people are like the Momoshiki that we're seeing is his literal spirit, right? So obviously it's not gonna be fused Momoshiki.
Welcome
Real
back,
quick,
Kamui.
I've been asleep pretty
I
much for a
know.
while now. I'm just gonna officially go to bed.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're doing.
Okay.
You guys can keep going, but I'm just gonna officially do that.
Well,
at
I
this point.
think that we're gonna go to bed too.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Kamui, I will say, what you missed was really funny. So at some point tomorrow, you should definitely see what you missed.
Okay.
Okay.
I know I woke up for the freaking eye to the side and then I went right back to sleep.
Okay. Well, that's LRJ's comment. So thank you, LRJ, for your comments, and we'll see what you have to say next time.
And if you want to leave a comment so we can read it and disagree with you if it's a negative towards us, you can write your hate comment in the comment section as well. But don't forget to like the video when you do that. And then we'll respond to your hate comment with stronger love. Because we love to show how wrong you are. And you know who else is wrong? His name rhymes with Dickie, and he definitely failed. Who is he?
Who is he, Keto?
I have no idea.
Well,
Oh man, it's just like it rhymes so much with Vicky Godo.
who could it be, Keto?
I have no clue.
Well, Keto, do you know any manga authors by name?
No. I try not to get too personal. Yeah.
What about by last name?
What?
Do you know any manga authors by last name?
No name at all.
Well, okay, well, let's try this another way. Keto, when you think of people who failed, who's the number one contender? Who pops into your head first and foremost?
Who failed?
Yeah, people who failed.
The writers of Game of Thrones, season 8. That was awful.
Well, you know, there's another writer.
You know, when it comes to manga authors, well, let's just narrow the people a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's this guy who wrote Kaiju number 8. I don't know what his name is. Clearly, obviously.
I thought you loved that series.
Nah.
What
Game of Thrones
happened?
have ended. Game of Thrones.
Horrible
have
ending?
ending. Yeah.
Well, what's a manga author who decided to split up part 1 and part 2 of his story as separate manga?
I believe his name is Toriyama.
Those weren't parts 1 and 2. I actually have no idea. Those weren't parts 1 and 2. Those were separate series.
So,
Technically.
Keto, when it comes to Mikio, what do you what do you think about that?
Mikio?
Yeah, Mikio.
Is that a movie or something?
Well, it's definitely a stinker, that's for sure.
Man. You guys need to go to sleep, bro.
Okay, well,